Well, hello, everyone. Good morning. I don't know, it sounds a little sleepy. Good morning. Well, thank you so much for joining us. My name is Zincle Esamoah. I'm a correspondent with NBC News, but today I'm here in a capacity as your MC for the second annual Vital Voices Conference. I'm so thrilled to be here, and I hope you are too. So welcome, and welcome to everyone who's watching online. So today we got a intense and great program for you, and we're going to cover a lot of the pressing issues of our time. It's everything from climate and the climate crisis to disinformation and what some are calling the gender apartheid. We've got a lot of content to get to, and we're also going to hear from women leaders who are on the front line. So we really encourage you to be attentive, listen, and you can engage with the conversation online. There's a hashtag, of course. I believe it's hashtag #VVConference, but correct me if I'm wrong on that one. And so I also hope you'll take this time to meet some new people. We've got a lot of great individuals in the audience, so don't be shy. This is not the space for that. Now, this is a good location because we're essentially at the Embassy for Women. Of course, I'm talking about Vital Voices. And if you're unfamiliar with the work that Vital Voices does, it's essentially a global network of more than 20,000 leaders. And it's centering women who are really the human rights defenders of our time. And so there's a lot of important content to get to. I'm not going to bore you with it because I know the experts can speak on it better than I can. A few notes, of course, before we get started. You see this thing, a little thing called a cell phone? If you don't mind silencing it, we really appreciate it. We want to make sure our conversations don't get disrupted. So now I want to turn to Kate James. She's the she's the chair of the board for Vital Voices. If you join me in giving her a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Well, good morning, everybody. Fantastic, much better. Thank you very much. Well, on behalf of the Vital Voices board, of Elise and the team, I'm absolutely delighted to welcome you to our global headquarters and to this, the second annual Vital Voices Festival. You know, there are a host of challenges facing women and girls right now. And how we choose to respond, where we decide to focus our energy, our resources and attention, these are choices that are going to be incredibly consequential for the women's movement for the next 25 years. And it's clear that one of the things we're going to have to do is expand our support for women leaders globally. If we want to close the widening gaps and leapfrog forward into a new era of inclusive, equitable and sharing progress, we need to get behind women leaders. Time and again, we've seen that women leaders insist on doing the impossible. Through Vital Voices, I've been super fortunate to have had a ringside view into the achievements of these many women that are truly, truly game-changing. From Kuwait, where some of the earliest Vital Voices leaders won the battle for women's suffrage, to Cameroon, where network leaders successfully put survivor care at the centre of that country's first national law against human trafficking. Wherever we look, we see women advancing paradigm-shifting changes that will ripple for generations to come. And of course, in moments of crisis and conflict, whether in Ukraine, Afghanistan or Sudan, we see women on the front line, leading relief efforts and implementing economic, political and social recovery initiatives. And what do I see? Behind each of these leaders, there's a network of peers expressing solidarity, and at Vital Voices, a talented team of experts ready to offer help. And from Vital Voices, a long-term commitment. We've been at this for 25 years, and we're still going strong, absolutely committed to providing sustained support throughout a leader's journey. You know, I couldn't be more proud to be part of this work. You're going to hear today a series of compelling and urgent conversation from just a few of these incredible women leaders that we support. And I hope it inspires you, each of you, to use your voice to make a difference. So, without further ado, it's my great pleasure to hand over to our phenomenal President and CEO of Vital Voices, Elise Nelson.
Well, hello, everyone. It's so wonderful to be back here in our Global Embassy for Women Leaders. As Kate said, I'm Elise Nelson, President and CEO of this phenomenal organization. We are culminating our 25th year today. So I think that if we look around the world, we know that there is a new weight behind the word leadership. There is a new urgency. And if there is one thing that unites all of the women that you're here from this morning, but certainly really throughout the next 2 days, it is that these women did not wait for the perfect moment to lead change. In fact, they didn't even wait for a better moment. They took what they had, what they could do from where they were, they saw a challenge, and they stepped up to right that wrong. I think if we've learned anything in these last few years, it is that the change we want to see, it isn't promised, right? Progress isn't promised. We have to insist on it. And this morning, we've got rule breakers, movement makers, history trailblazers to talk with us a bit more about this. So let me introduce them now. So anti-corruption expert and former MP from Argentina, Laura Alonso. Founder of Femmes for Freedom, Shireen Musa. Environmental and human rights activist, Elena Golinga. Activist and president of the Cameroon People's Party, Kawala. And finally, senior policy advisor for Native American Affairs at the White House, Elizabeth Hidalgo Reese. Welcome. So, Laura, I want to start with you, naturally. Laura, I want to start with you. You've been part of our network for almost 20 years,
yes.
Part of the Vital Voices Network. I remember when I first met you, you were this extraordinary activist, a thorn in the side of the government. Then all of a sudden, one day, you decide, I'm going to run. And you became a member of parliament. And I remember at a certain point, you were you were just tearing down old systems. You were just doing the right thing. But you were almost afraid that you wouldn't get reelected. But sure enough, you were reelected by a landslide. Why is it so important, particularly now, to disrupt the status quo and really call for the world that we want to see, but we need to see in order to fix the challenges?
Well, first, thank you for having me. Thank you, Elise. It's my first time here in the building. I'm so happy and to see you all. And I'm not sure if I still have the same strength, but probably I have it somewhere. I have the heart, so I have the passion. It's always the right moment, as you said. You will never find, if you start thinking, okay, if I do this, if I do that, think it over, you never make decisions. So it's a very personal call. From my experience, it's important to protect yourself. You are the best cause, first thing. And this is part of my learning, because when I was young and I was, trying to tear down the system and reporting corruption and investigating very high-profile, powerful people, I just did it by passion. It was my passion. I believed in that, but I forgot about myself. And after that decade, it was more than a decade, but in public service, it was a decade. It was important. The first lesson I got out from that is that sometimes I thought the cause was more important than myself. And now, if you ask me, recommend me something, you become first. And then the cause that you are defending. But it's the right time for women to step up. It's a different world. When we started, meeting, no Facebook, no social media, no WhatsApp, no Instagram. So this is new. So now, misinformation, lies, they can really destroy you. And I saw that change happening. So at the very beginning, we were not thinking about our internal strength, the spiritual side of our leadership. And I think that now it's very important because you need the support of your family, of your partner, your friends, whoever. Because if you become the thorn, if you become a very high-profile leader, they will attack you. And in some countries, it can be very difficult. In other countries, they have different strategies. And now we need to think very smartly how to respond to that and how we process internally those attacks. And just to end, you need to know why you are there, why you chose that path, and why you will focus on your proposal and your purpose. If you are focused on that, no lie, no misinformation campaign can tear you down.
Beautiful, beautiful. You know, one of the first things that, as you know, we do with women leaders who come into Vital Voices trainings is we talk about the idea of a driving force, you know, that true leaders know what they're about. And we really work to reinforce that because, as you say, there are going to be many people who try and rip you down, either in person or online. And you do have to stay focused and know what you're about. But in so many ways, that is why women's leadership is so important, because it so often comes from experience, right? Seeing something and stepping up and having that internal conviction that is going to drive you no matter what. Shirin, I want to turn to you because, of course, this is your path in the Netherlands. I want you to talk a little bit about the work that you do. It is truly extraordinary. You have changed, you know, basically the path, the destiny for millions. Tell us a little bit about your story and how you've really transformed rights for immigrant and migrant women in Europe.
Well, I fell in love with a guy, a man. It was.
It always starts there.
How he treated me and what he did to me that changed not only my life. It also changed the lives of my direct family members, my parents, my brothers and sisters. Well, I married out of love. My father warned me, don't marry him, don't marry him. You know, I'm a man, I have experience, he's not good enough for you. But I was madly in love and I got married. He was from Pakistani origin, like me. But after 3 years, we separated. And women like me, Muslim women in the Netherlands, we have to marry twice, like we marry according to civil law. But also we have to marry according to the religion because in Islam a marriage is only valid if you also agree on the mahar. That's a dower which is stipulated in the marriage contract, and otherwise it's not a valid marriage. So, and if we divorce, we also have to divorce twice according to civil law in the Netherlands. But the religious divorce also has to take place, and he refused to give me the religious divorce. And then you would think that, okay, what are you complaining? You are already divorced according to civil law. But that wasn't the case in my community, in my country of origin, Pakistan, in Islamic countries, because I was still considered his wife. So he disagreed and he didn't give any reason, and I felt trapped in that marriage because I couldn't remarry without consequences while he could. Men can have more wives in my community, but also in the country of origin and many other Muslim countries. So, but if I would enter in a new relationship or remarry according to Dutch law, and if I would travel to Pakistan, I would be prosecuted for adultery or bigamy. And I was not in that mood. And what I did, I went to law school, because I really wanted to have a medicine for my situation, because I was not the first woman and not the last woman. Many friends of my mother also suffered from the situation of marital captivity. It's a definition we have created to make it a bit sexier, because Dutch lawyers and international, also lawyers in other countries, they call it the limping marriage. And we thought, okay, we will name it marital captivity, and that's very direct, and also it covers all religions, because it doesn't only affect Muslim women but also women from other traditions. And I studied law because nobody wanted to help me. They said, well, the law is the law, and you have to accept it, leave your religion, or who cares? We know that this exists, but the law is the law, and you cannot do anything. So then I found out that Jewish women also suffered from this situation. and that a woman in 1982 from the Jewish community went to the Dutch court, and then the Supreme Court, our Supreme Court, acknowledged her situation as a wrongful act. So when I found out about her story, I thought, well, if she can go to the secular court, to the Dutch court, then I can also go. And I will say that this is a wrongful act, but also a violation of human rights. And so it happens that in 2010, the judge ordered him to give me my Islamic divorce and to give him a penalty for each day he refused to give me a divorce. And I thought and said, eat this. Not only, not only to you, Mr. Ex-husband, but also to everybody who said that there was no cure. And also to all the husbands who are denying their wives a divorce, who are mistreating them and making their lives miserable. And then, well, my father is also a feminist. He said that, well, he's also, you know, a real Eastern father. He said, you're not my daughter if you're not going to fight for other women and fix the system. And
I like him.
Yeah. He's also watching. You have the knowledge, you know the way how to lobby for change of legislation and do it. And well, we did, and when I spoke about my dream to also change legislation, a lot of people disencouraged me that it will take 30 years, and I dreamed loudly about, you know, the European recognition, the international recognition. Well, that will take 50 or 60 years. But, well, we fixed it not only in Dutch law, but also the Council of Europe recognized marital captivity as violence against women. And, well, the members of the European Parliament, they're also considering to include marital captivity as violence against women in the European legislation bill to combat all types of violence against women. And that will mean if the proposal has passed European Parliament, that it will be also legislation in 27 member states of the European Union. And we did much more, because once you know the way how to fight the system change, then you can also propose other ideas for change of legislation and policy. Well, we also went to our parliament and said this must be included in our feminist foreign policy. So, because this is, you know, we are the first country in the world which is protecting their women and girls against this injustice. And let's also promote this abroad. And it's also about a new way of thinking, that, you know, a forced marriage is not only that you are forcefully entered in a marriage, but also that you are forced to stay in that marriage.
Yeah.
And yeah, this is in short my story, and we must dream.
Amazing. Amazing. So, and we're incredibly honored that you've been part of the Vital Voices Network. I know you're a fellow in our VV Engage Fellowship. And one of the reasons I think that program is so important is because one of the things that we're seeing, and Laura, you talked about the rise of online violence against women, the targeting of women. In the last couple of years, the percentage of women has steadily been going up over 25 years, and all of a sudden we see a dip. And, you know, I think about stories like yours, Shrein, and I just think we cannot afford to have a dip right now. We need this kind of leadership that is not just about yourself, it's about making change for so many others. And Ka, I want to turn to you because you, yes, Ka, of course, as many of you know, longtime Vital Voices Network member, honoree, now a board member, but also a woman who has run and is running for president in her country. Wow. Yes. And of course, not just to have power, but to shift power, to change power, and to use it to empower others. So many women, though, are told power is not women's work. And they believe it, sadly. How do we get more women to embrace power, but at the same time redefine it? A topic I think you're slightly passionate about.
Slightly. Good morning, everybody, and thank you. It's such a pleasure to be here. Laura and I have been, hugging and hugging because we haven't seen each other for so many years, and I think that's one of the amazing things about being in this network. I think the one thing that is important is that the work we do is lonely work. In your context, in your space, it is lonely work. And when I'm hearing you talk, Shireen, about all these people who tell you it's not possible, it's going to take decades, all of us hear this all the time. And the nice thing about Vital Voices is coming together with women who are like, oh yeah, I'm doing it too, So that's very important. But I think that I have always thought that if we want our societies to change, if we want justice, if we want social justice, if we want inclusion, we cannot count on the people who have built the current status quo to change it. We must embrace power as women. Big shifts, the kind of big shifts that Shireen is making, the kind of big shifts that Laura made, are made within the power of the system. So the first thing we have to do as women is get comfortable with power. The way we have been socialized, we want to stay away from that word, we feel like it's negative, we feel like it's bad, and so on. Power is just the power to change things. And if we do not embrace it, if we don't step into it and figure it out, because it's really complicated. Power systems are really, really complex and really complicated. And the first thing to do is to step in and say, I'm going to understand this. I'm going to understand how it works. I'm going to transform it, and I'm going to use it to build that society that I want, that society that I'm looking for, that society that I'm dreaming about. And I think the way we get women to do this, Elise, is really reaching out. I'm so energized in this moment. My country is a 40-year dictatorship, 40-year dictatorship. The president has been in power for 40 years. Personally, I have been fighting since 2007. How many years is that? 22 years. And there are, of course, days where people feel like it's impossible. This is not going to work. Okay? Until I go to a market, or I go to a group of farmer women, and I meet women who are fighting this system with like 1/100th of the resources that I have. They're fighting to have good working conditions. They're fighting in the market to get what they paid for, to get their little market stall. And you realize that the energy is there, the power is there, and when we come together collectively, and we bring that energy together, we are able to bring down the most oppressive system in the world. And human history tells us this. Human history tells us this all the time. And yesterday we were talking about how the autocrats are afraid of women. Well, statistically, once women get into a social movement, the chances of it succeeding go way up. This is statistically proven. So I think we have to continue teaching. We have to continue connecting power to the daily lives of women. In my country, women will say, I don't do politics. I care about my kids' school. I care about healthcare. I care about the market and how it works. Well, our job is to explain to that women how that is politics. And I am that political leader who says, there's nothing else in politics. That is politics. Helping to make your life better is politics. And until we get it, we have to keep stepping into our power. We have to embrace power, we have to run towards fear. That's one of my, because we are afraid, and legitimately so. In my country, my story, I have been kidnapped, I've been beaten, I've been in jail, I don't know how many times. But we have to keep and I'm scared when I'm in front of a guy with a gun, and I don't have one. I'm scared, of course, but I have had experience over experience that tells me that when I draw deep within that driving force and find my values and look at him in the face and say, you know what, I'm not flinching. I'm not flinching, because what I am doing is what is supposed to be done. Every time I have ultimately won that fight. Sometimes I've had to go through a jail cell to do it, but so I think, and my final thing for women is going to be to say, this is the moment. This is the moment. If we do not, in this moment, in the world we are living in, if we do not, in this moment, step into our power to transform the systems, because Cameroon is an extreme case. You guys are in a lot of trouble here in the United States, and everything in between. So if we do not step in and step up to power and say, we demand, I don't know the word in French, it's on exige. So we're not asking, we're saying that a just world is possible, a more equitable world is possible. And the only thing that we're going to listen to is how, right? So we have to do that.
Thank you, Ka. I want to bring you into the conversation, Elena, because you are fighting the fight of our lives, the fight for our planet, and bringing forth an incredible legacy of Indigenous leadership in that work. And of course, coming from a generation that has just shown us, what leadership means. Talk a little bit about how you think about leadership and also about your work.
Thank you, Elise. I come from the Ecuadorian Amazon, from an indigenous community called Sarayaku, from the Quechua people. And I just noticed earlier that there's a baby up there, and it made me so happy because when I was a child, my mom would bring me with her to all the meetings in my community. We're about 1,200, 300 people in my community. And at the time, my mom was a leader in the community, and so were many other members of my family. And even those times where my mom would try to sneak out, I would always be up before her so I could go with her to the meetings and listen what was happening in the community. And especially my childhood was turbulent because we had oil companies that tried to enter our community without our consent, and it was backed up by the government and therefore also the military. So it was a very, it was a lot of conflict when I was growing up, and for many years my family was persecuted and there were threats to my family until we were able to take them to international court and win. It set a legal precedent, not just in Ecuador, but across Latin America for indigenous people's rights and the right to free, prior, and informed consent, which has been crucial for every single community that has won an oil battle, a mining battle, any type of extractivism battle in Latin America. So I already grew up with role models around me that had taken it upon themselves to fight something that seemed impossible. Imagine 2002. No one is talking about indigenous people. No one knows about the Amazon, what is happening. And a community of 1,200 people takes the government to court and wins, international court. That was impossible. Everyone told my community that was completely impossible. And so many of them, actually wanted to give up. And in my community, it was the women that said no. Because if we choose this, we are choosing oil for our children. They're going to be drinking oil tomorrow. And we'd already seen the devastating effects of what oil could do in other communities where the government had succeeded because they had, they were backed up by military and a lot of violence. So as I was growing up, I realized that I was in a very unique position to start talking about this, because even though we had won that battle, it wasn't a conversation that was happening on even a national level in Ecuador or even internationally. And how indigenous people's rights was crucial to defend the Amazon rainforest, and not just the Amazon rainforest, but all ecosystems. There we can see a clear connection between the lands that are protected and indigenous communities. I mean, just in my community, we're 1,200 people, but we're protecting 144,000 hectares of pristine rainforest. That is immense, and imagine that every single community around us is doing the same thing. But what we have to do is to make sure that our rights are respected so that we can continue being the custodians of these lands. Because if we lose custodianship, I guarantee you that that custodianship is going to oil companies, that custodianship is going to mining companies, and we are going to lose the last rainforests that are standing in the Amazon. So yeah, I started to advocate about that and understanding how our indigenous people's rights were being attacked on so many intersections, and how important that was to actually, bring to start talking about it at spaces of decision making, and making sure that indigenous women also were visibilized. Because even in our communities, our women are invisibilized as leaders, but they're the pillars of our communities. If it wasn't for the women in my community, the men would have given in when it came to the oil companies. And that is a truth that they don't want to accept, but they know it's like that. And we can tell it to their face and they cannot say anything. Especially, I'm 21 now. I've been doing this work since my early teens, and I've had to sit in many different rooms where I've been either the only woman or the only woman below the age of 60 or 50. So I've had to really learn how to stand my ground, and I'm always really grateful when I find myself in a room with other women that are leaders and have amazing stories and have done amazing work, because it really inspires me and shows me that everything is possible. But in those moments when I haven't had that, it's been really important to me to tell myself that I am the expert in my own experience, and no one can tell me the other way. Because every time I walk into these rooms, there is always someone who's going to try to tell me, like they have told you, that you are wrong. You're not supposed to be in this room. You're not deserving of being here. You shouldn't be here. You're not right. You're not capable enough. And nothing is ever enough in those rooms. And I always have to make sure that I know that I am believing in that I can keep pushing forward my work and keep pushing through those doors, those walls, whatever that is in front of me that is keeping other indigenous women from being in those spaces.
Fabulous. Wow. Elizabeth, I want to get your perspective here. You are a legal scholar, educator, but of course now finding yourself advising the White House. And certainly representation matters. You have been someone who has fought against systems and now obviously transforming a system. How do you think about, and why is it so critical, to really use our leadership and our platform to fight for those communities that have been historically marginalized, particularly here in the United States?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question, and I'm so excited to be here today. Of course, I have to do the necessary government disclosure if this is my opinion and my experience, but of course it is. This is my opinion and my experience and my journey as a Native woman in this country, and part of what I, want to immediately say is it's just amazing how similar I think so much of what I just heard is to my experience as well, and it shows just how common I think the global Indigenous struggle really is. I So in my journey, I guess what I would say is that I have always reminded myself that the reasons that I am doing what I am doing with my career are so much bigger than me. That, what drives me is the hope that my people, my community, my tribe will survive and will be able to be recognizable as a people to my great-great-grandkids. And the hope that my great-great-grandmother would recognize who I am today as also like a Nambe Pueblo woman. And, those stakes, that survival in and of itself are so incredibly high. And I think one of the things that has always been a struggle when you're talking about leadership is that in order to get yourself into a position of leadership, you're often in rooms with people who do not look like you at all. And also often who I think want power for the sake of power or for the sake of ego or validation. And one of the things that I think I always found striking about that dynamic is it was always so much, I think, easier in some ways for me to insist on my presence in that room because, my success or failure at any individual thing wasn't an indictment on myself or my value or anything. It was like, okay, setback, whatever, keep going. Because this isn't a referendum on whether I'm good enough. Of course I'm good enough. Like, I have to be good enough because someone with the understanding of what Native people are experiencing, and particularly Native women, needs to be in this room. And, if not me, who? And that, I think, has always been helpful in driving me to insist on, planting my butt in a room, in a chair, and not struggling with, I think, a lot of the self-doubt that a lot of women leaders who are trying to, navigate their journeys to affect change, really struggle with. And it's been, I think, really transformative and incredible. This battle for, I think, still visibility that we're fighting. I think when you pause it and think about it, there's something really deeply tragic about Native people being invisible in our own homelands, right? About Native people, living in a country that still has somehow this legacy of othering us and treating us like we don't belong or aren't a part of this country. And so I think insisting on our inclusion, on our priorities, on making sure that we are heard and empowered is, long overdue. And I'm glad to see that it's starting to happen. I'm wearing red today. It's because it's Missing and Murdered Indigenous Peoples Awareness Day. For those of you who don't know, there is a huge crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous people that particularly affects women and girls and non-gender conforming folks that has suffered also due to this just systemic invisibility. And it has been efforts sort of from the ground up, from families and women who are sort of just insisting that people see and take these cases seriously, that has really sort of built this movement up, created visibility around it, and finally pushed the needle on really getting some important changes to happen. And so, I'm excited to be a part of that. And I think that gives me hope too, because it's a lot of times women, I think, who understood these issues who got themselves into positions of power who were able to affect a lot of those changes.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you. Well, in the little time that we have left, I mean, this is, I could talk to you all day, as we all know. I could talk to one of you all day. But I would just love to go down the line here and just hear, obviously we know our world is facing tremendous challenges, but you all have stuck in there, you know, got your butt in the seat. I love it. It's like, get the seat at the table, right? To make sure that we can bring about that transformational change. And what is it that it gives you hope to keep going? Because I think that more than anything, that's something that people need to know right now. That even each of you who have been there, you know, when you knew, like, am I gonna make it out? You know, am I going to survive? Something gave you hope. Something continues to give you hope. So we're gonna start with you, Sure.
What gives me hope is all those good things we achieve, but also when I see a woman smile when she is out of a situation of forced marriage, marital captivity, and many other things. If she says, "Well, Miss Moussa, I made it," and or you know where I'm going through, that gives me hope. But also in the country where I live, it's a free and open society where I can fight for the rights of migrant women, and we get a seat at the table when we demand it and when we go for it. That gives me hope. And also all the women in the world who are standing up, whether they live in Iran or Afghanistan, all over the world, you know, who are fighting against patriarchy, you know, breaking the walls of patriarchy and the glass ceilings and everything, that gives hope, the progress.
Ka?
Two things for me. One is working at that grassroots level and realizing the shared principles and values. There's no question about the shared principles and values that we have with a massive number of people. So just being in contact with people on the ground, and it makes me always realize, oh yes, we're definitely fighting the good fight. And the second thing is the persistence. The persistence of people. I also, you know, was listening to your red. I'm also wearing black today. We've been wearing black in Cameroon since April 30th, 2016. It's a nonviolent protest in black to remind ourselves that we have a dictatorship to get rid of. And when I look at the number of people like myself who wear black every Friday, hope. So the persistence and the grassroots.
So for me, it's also very personal. I see where my grandmother was, and I see where my nephews are, boys and girls. And I'm in the middle. So I think, you know, there is something for them that is changing, and they are going to be better and improve what I've done in the future. So I think that if I can do that, we can all do that in our homes, in our communities, in our countries, and in the world.
Thank you. Elizabeth?
What gives me hope? What gives me hope is, I think, is that folks are connecting and I think thinking big. And I think thinking big is important and it's exciting. And I think you know, big ideas, particularly that come from women, that come from people who understand the systems that need to be transformed and the kinds of reforms that we need, are so necessary, and they're so exciting. And I'm just, you know, honored and excited to be living in a time that's sort of reckoning with these kinds of really big questions, because it feels momentous, it feels important, and I am hopeful that we will get to great answers and solutions, and that women being a part of that conversation and the decision-making process will help us get there.
Thank you.
For me, I think it's always going back home, and I see that it's still very much like what it was like when I was little, and I still see the children playing in the rain, in the river, climbing trees, like very much like how my childhood was, and that really makes, like, I understand that that is the result of many people fighting, and that is why people also defended our community the way that they did. So that really is what makes me hope, and seeing that the trees are still standing. I don't think I will ever give up until the last tree has fallen, you know, and that is really something that my community has taught me, but it's also seeing that it's not like that in, or what, not hope, but what kind of motivates me is seeing that it's not like that everywhere. In my neighboring communities, there are, at a fast pace, losing the rainforest, and how can we then step up to stand in solidarity with each other, work towards protecting those lands as well. So that's what gives me hope, and also what motivates me.
Well, I'll tell you, what gives me hope is honestly the privilege to get the opportunity to work with all of you. I know you've given everyone here hope, but you know, I think what really gets me excited is the fact that individually, and we think about our network around the world across 185 countries, more than 20,000 women, each with a story of tremendous change. And I think the power that can be unleashed on the world as we come together, that collective power. So anyway, thank you all, and thank you.
Wasn't that such a good conversation? Yes? Can we give him one more round of applause? As you just saw and heard, we were talking about bold risks, right? And leading with courage and authenticity. So in our next conversation, we're going to talk about doing that on an individual level. With our first leadership spotlight of the day, it is my huge honor and pleasure to introduce Ashley Davis. She's the founding partner of Westfront Strategies and a member of the board of Vital Voices. She's going to introduce the next panel. And also, I should mention, she was recently named one of the 10 most fearless women in business. Kind of cool. All right, join me in welcoming her. Thanks so much.
Talking about fearless women in business, look who I'm around right now. That last panel was absolutely just wonderful. And when I first started speaking on panels, I was told, go deep fast. And I think that panel was an exact example of that. One of the many things that I love when women leaders come together is we share our struggles and our successes. We pull back the curtain and get honest about the risks we've taken, the failures we've had, and what it takes to keep going. The next session is exactly what we're going to talk about. These two women I met both when I first joined the Vital Voices board. As you can tell, not just from our looks, but we also have very diverse backgrounds, whether it's politics or religion or where we live or our successes and failures. But one thing that has brought us together that I can call them both my friend, is that we support each other, and we've worked very, 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 and I can probably say even more varies, hard to be successful and to be where we are today. However, we've had many tragedies, both personally and professionally, and we also had a lot of successes. And it is our job as the three of us to continue to support each other, but also to support all the other women that are coming behind us, that have already been before us, and all the women around the world that are trying to make change. And so with that, it is my honor to introduce both Huma and Bose, and I'll let you two take it away.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Ashley. So I just want to echo what Ashley just said. It's a little emotional being in this building, in this space. Where's Elise? Oh, did she just escape somewhere? But I see Kate, our leader, our board chair. Because it has felt like a sisterhood, and being in Vital Voices and part of Vital Voices and having conversations about all of our stories is really something that's very meaningful to me. And Ashley and I both served in public service. And when I had my memoir come out a year and a half ago, she interviewed me for my book. And so it is such a thrill, a joy, really an honor for me to be in conversation with my sister, who really is a sister to me, also a fellow board member on Vital Voices, who has written one of the most extraordinary memoirs I think you're going to read. It's 266 pages, and you will read it in one sitting, and that's what I've done, and I've read it twice. The book, Bose, is called The Urgent Life. And what strikes me about you, as I watch you navigate in the world, the word I actually think about when I think of you is ethereal, because whenever I see you spaces and places, first of all, she always looks like this. Yes. But you navigate yourself in the world with what seems to be such joy. But really what I think you wrote here is a roadmap about how one should live their life. And it is called The Urgent.
I wrote this book because in my work, specifically, in my career in corporate, I've had quite the rise, I think as people would say it. Obviously, on the inside, I know exactly what was going on. But from the outside, people would say, oh, meteoric, rocket ship, successful. You know, they use all of these big words, and it always puts me a little bit at an unease. And it makes me pause, because I've always wondered why they didn't talk about how I got there, what it took to get there. It looks good, and you show up like this, that somehow it must have been easy. You know, and that I remember once somebody was saying, oh, you're going to be so praised, like in history, for the things you've done, the things you've accomplished, the jobs you've had, the breakthroughs. And I was like, no, I don't really want to be known for that. I want to be known for the things I overcame. You know, the traumas that would have taken me down, but yet I persevered anyway. I want to be known for the joy that I have in my life, although there's lots of fear, and there's lots of trauma, and there's lots of reasons why in the morning I could say, you know what, not today. But I walk around the planet with joy because I know the depths of my sorrow, because I've just been at the bottom where it didn't feel like there could be another. And so the perseverance in my life and the urgency of my life is because I understand that the idea of living each day fully is not pithy. It's not like this throwaway phrase that we say. And it's not as if I find it to be a morbid thing to think about my death. I actually find it very inspiring. I'm like, you know what? Like, who knows what's going to happen? So if we don't know, why not do the thing that you want to do today? Why are you waiting? What are we waiting for? Like when we retire? In 5 years, so I'll start that thing I always wanted to do? But why? Like, I want to live in the biggest way possible. And that's why I walk around with so much joy and light and badassness.
I certainly do.
You better believe it.
Well, you know, one of the things that, you know, we both have this very sort of similar immigrant experience. And I always tell the story about my father would say that people are like plants, and a plant is only as good as its roots. Oh. Right? Like, so long as you take care of the roots and nourish the soil, it doesn't matter. Winter, war, storm, doesn't matter. The plant's going to be okay. Yeah. And I really think about you when I think of that story, and just tell, for people who have not read the book, because your family's originally from Ghana, you know, the one thing that's not in your title is it says my story of love, loss, and survival, and you don't write faith, but I do think that faith has been an element in your life. So just tell us about that, your roots, because I do think it's extraordinary, and I think anybody who knows anything about your story believes it's extraordinary that you have achieved so much, and, you know, you're not even like a quarter of the way there. I mean, your meteoric rise is continuing. But I'd love to share a little bit about your family and how you came into this world.
Well, also I have to say that Huma's book is incredible too. Her memoir, like, your book. Okay, all right, I know, but still, it's like I read your book and I was like, oh my God, we are the same person, you know? Because, and like Ashley said, it's like, you know, we may not look like that on paper or even like as you're looking at us, but that's the amazing thing about our stories, that they're so interconnected. You know, and I love the fact that you can read your book or read my book and find yourself in the pages. You know, you don't necessarily need to have come from Ghana. And shout out to Ghana, and I think there's one Ghanaian in the room, okay, somewhere around. But the idea of the roots, as your father said, is such a beautiful thought, because like, even just now as visualizing that, I was like, you're right, regardless of the storms of life, as long as you are firmly planted, you can survive, even if all your leaves come off, even if you lose a branch or two.
Yes.
You know, that somehow you will flourish when the sun comes out again. You know, new buds will appear. And I love that. It's such a beautiful thought. And I would like to think that my roots have certainly secured me in that way. Yeah. You know, in that you can't choose. You know, we were moving constantly. My dad is a super African. And so he's one of those people that, even though as a college student he came to the US for his education, he was one of those that returned to the continent almost immediately. You know, I was born in the US, but we were gone 6 months after I was born because he got his PhDs and we were out of here. You know, but because of the political strife, he had to come back, and then he was like, okay, let's try East Africa. We went to Nairobi, okay? Oh, okay. The Kenyans are in the house too, okay? But it's been filled with so much movement that by the time I was 12, and we had gone back and forth to Ghana and Kenya, as I said, and California, and this and that, we ended up in Colorado Springs, Colorado, and I was 12 and lanky and not white, you know? And it was a real struggle in that my parents, because of their love of their Africanness, didn't allow me to not love mine. You know, that regardless of the rooms I'm in now, when people say, oh, but you're so confident, you walk into rooms and it was like, my culture is as important as yours. Why would I hide when I got all this? You know, like, why? Why would I do that?
I relate to all of that. I want to talk about love, love and grief, because Bose, you have been loved. You have been loved. And with that love has come some tremendous trauma that frankly is, you know, some would say unimaginable. You lost a college boyfriend who took his own life. Something that you publicly talk about, having, you know, regret over not answering the phone call he made to you. You fell in love with somebody deeply, and from everything that I read, frankly, I wish I met him. I mean, he cherished you, and you lost, you know, him to cancer. And I love how you are so open, because I think it's really important, you know, for those of you who haven't read, our Surgeon General, wrote an essay in the New York Times last week, basically saying that we have, at any given moment in this country, 1 out of 2 Americans is feeling loneliness, like really lonely, and leading to, you know, what does that lead to? Anxiety, depression, and all kinds. I mean, mental health is finally a topic that I think people are talking about, and somebody like you has just taken it on, just head on, because you've had to deal with it in such really a traumatic way. But tell us what that journey from being in that, you know, room with this man that you deeply loved, to now having this, you know, this daughter who you shared this child that was made with love together, and how you pass on the resilience that you've shown, the extraordinary strength. And because I think it's a lesson for a lot of, you know, frankly, not just young women, just, although I'm sure a lot of young women talk to you, but just to people in the world who might be struggling, and how do you navigate your way through that space?
Yeah, you know, this is such an important time to talk about that. And I read that published piece about loneliness, and I thought it's so remarkable to talk about it now, because of what we've all been through in the last few years with being shut down and the pandemic and all of that, and how much loneliness there was in the world and still is. In addition to the interesting and sometimes ironic and weird situation that in that time we were on Zooms and all these virtual meetings where you could see into people's living rooms and their bedrooms and their half-dressed spouses and kids who were crying. Oh, that was your husband that was doing that. You know, but you know, it's like we saw all of these very personal things, and how much people apologized for that. You know, right? You'd get on a Zoom, maybe you did it, where you'd be like, oh, sorry for the mess in the background. Sorry for my kid who's crying. Apologies for the doorbell that rang. I'm sorry I'm coughing. Oh my goodness. It's like, are we not human? You know, do we not all go through the things? And so even in writing about my traumas, it felt like I needed to do it because, again, sometimes we walk around in the world as if we're not all dealing with something. You know, it's like at the time when Peter, my husband, was ill, I was working at PepsiCo. I was the head of music and entertainment marketing. I put Beyonce on the Super Bowl halftime stage that year. Things were slamming. You know, I was at the top. And I didn't tell anyone that Peter was sick, or that my mother was also battling her cancer at the same time, that I had a 4-year-old that I was running back and forth trying to take care of. I didn't tell a soul because I didn't want to appear weak. I didn't want anybody to know that my mind sometimes would wander thinking about the inevitable and about whether or not my husband would survive, or if my mother would get better with her second battle. Would we always be chasing health? You know, or that I didn't know how to raise a person by myself. And the fear of even being a mother, because I had also lost my first daughter in my 7th month of pregnancy. And every day I look at Layel, I'm terrified. I didn't tell anyone. And then Peter was diagnosed as terminal in October 2013. And literally everything just broke. There was just nowhere to go. I was just on the bottom. And it was really in that moment that I felt maybe even my freest. There was no more pretense. I couldn't walk around as if there was nothing wrong. I couldn't keep it from my colleagues or my friends or people who said, are you okay? No, I'm not okay. Now I wish that we could say that more freely. And it's partially why I wrote the book, because I think, again, in this era where we have this intimate look into each other's lives, it is still a little bit taboo to say the things. I mean, how many of us walk around with these huge boulders on our shoulders and we still don't say it? You know, somebody looks at you and says, are you okay? And you're like, oh yeah, I'm fine, things are great. Meanwhile, everything's falling apart. And we are so much more kinder, I think. Is that a grammatic way to say it? You know, English is not my first language.
You and me both.
Okay. But I just wish that we could be more open and more vulnerable.
Yeah.
Because people are kinder, that's the way to say it, people are kinder than we assume. And even in writing this book, the amount of response that I've received from people whose stories are maybe not exactly the same, but who say, I understand when you said, or this thing happened to me. It wasn't the same thing, but I felt this way. I find it remarkable. And I'm so glad that we are having that dialogue. And I just wish that we could do that more. And then that way our mental health would also probably benefit from that.
Well, you know, I feel like we were raised by a generation of women. And again, I just feel so we were like twins somewhere, like separated at some point, but that, you know, raised in a way that, you know, showing emotion was weakness, showing that you were afraid, you know, was weak. And we actually have a rule in our office. You cannot be a woman in our office and at a meeting or on a Zoom and say, I'm sorry, but. And I feel like we still do that. It's subconscious that we have a point to make, but we think we have to, you know, apologize for making that point. So I love that you said that. I want to talk about your work in a minute, but the loneliness piece is so key. What I have found, and you throughout the book, you see it, the people who showed you kindness, you know, the woman who, you know, had you and Lael and Anguilla right after Peter died, you know, just who didn't really know you and took care of you, to be able to land somewhere, especially when you're a mother, and say, I'm not okay. I'm going to go into this room and sleep for 3 days. Yeah. And basically the kindness of a woman who's helping you take care of a child. I will tell you one of the things, we're the same age, that I do, and you're on that list, pick up the phone every single day and I will text a girlfriend of mine. I mean, it's one of the things that it took me a while to learn, is that, and maybe we've gotten past that I'm competitive phase, and I think we all go through that, but just I'll text somebody and just say, hey, how are you doing? Yeah. Or just checking in, just thinking about you. And, you know, studies actually show that the impact that has on people, just to know that somebody is thinking about you for no reason or agenda. I always tell that, like, to you know, young women I'm having conversations with. Yes. It's really important to do that, because that is certainly how you operate into this world. I want to shift to your profession, your entrepreneurial spirit, because I've said this to you directly many times. You are a inspirational role model to women like me who are still trying to figure out what to do when they grow up, because I certainly have not. And I think you and I also share this in that we've both been women of color in rooms surrounded by people who don't look like us and don't bring the same experiences to the table. And when you go through, and again, for those of you who do not know what Bose has accomplished, I mean, there is not it's not that you went to work at companies like Netflix and Uber and Pepsi and worked for Spike Lee and Endeavor. I mean, you were sought after, you were coveted, you were given very senior positions and spaces and places where you were telling people what to do, that the brand didn't work, or, you know, how to give them, a marketing strategy. That, I mean, to me, every time I think about it, how do you do that? How do you, because you've been honest that you've had the fear and insecurity, you just said it, you know, to this audience. Yeah. You walk into an office day one, what do you take into that room with you?
Oh, yeah. Well, this is a really tough one to answer, you know, because I think it's a combination of what we just talked about with, like, the roots and the importance of your roots and understanding why you matter. And it is also the experiences I've had in my personal life that I feel are significant. You know, I was having actually a conversation yesterday where, like, in the middle of the conversation, it dawned on me. I was like, you know, part of the reason why I feel so comfortable in my own skin is that I've accepted all of me. You know, I've accepted all of the flaws, I've accepted the fears, I've accepted the scars. I accepted all of it. You know, I wish that certain things hadn't happened in my experience, but they did. And so I am a much better executive because I'm a widow. I'm a much better executive because I'm a single mother. I'm a much better executive because I can twerk like nobody's business. And don't test me. I'm a much better executive because I am a first-generation American. I'm a much better executive because I have been insecure about who I am in rooms when my voice didn't matter, or somebody made me feel like my voice didn't matter. I'm so much better because of that. And so being in rooms like that allows me to exhibit all of that, because I know I'm great. You know, I'm like, look, there isn't a campaign I will think about or a strategy that I'll contemplate where I'm not thinking about all of the things that I've been through and putting my own stamp on it. You know, because like, what is the point of being in the room if you're not actually present? You know, if you're just lost in there. It's like, you actually matter. And the thing is that like, we just forget that. I use this scientific explanation all the time, right? For anybody who enjoys biology or physics or anything like that. And even if you don't, this is simple enough, okay? We know what matter is, right? Matter is made up, let's say, of a bunch of molecules. I've used this example a few times, maybe you've heard it. But it's like, matter is made up of molecules. And if you change one molecule in the matter, the whole matter changes. That is science. It is unrefuted. It is what it is. And so if you consider that this room is matter, or your church is matter, your office is matter, your school is matter, and you are the molecule, every time you enter the space, it changes because of your presence. When you leave, it changes because of your absence. And so if you consider the importance of you in these rooms, in these spaces, you will walk differently. You will talk differently. And that is how I feel. And so none of the companies I have worked for will ever be the same because I was there. It doesn't matter for how long. I was in the room, I used my voice, and therefore they will never be the same. Look, every time I think about the work I have done over the years, I consider the fact that had it been somebody else, they would have made a different decision. And therefore, I'm bad as hell.
Yes, you are.
Okay?
Well, you just gave us a lesson in a topic, you know, we both feel very passionate about, which is mentorship.
Yes.
Because, you know, I co-host this conference. We're coming next year to Abu Dhabi. It's a mentorship conference. Tell us, and I think there's a young woman here, Rachel Holmes. Tell us about Rachel and how you approach mentoring young women who are trying to learn from you.
Well, so here's the thing. For a long time I said, oh, I don't like to be a mentor. I don't want to be a mentor. Because I just found it so awkward. I was like, who wants to have these weird, you know, coffee dates with somebody you don't know? Don't you find it weird? You know what I mean? And then you're like, oh, what are your goals? And it's like, I don't know. Like, it was so strange. And so I was like, you know, I'd rather be friends, you know? But I met somebody very special that was partnered with me just a few months ago. So I was on my book tour, you know, running around having these conversations, and I went to the Kelly Clarkson show, which was fantastic. Kelly is so awesome. And she said that there was a young woman who was going to come on her show, 19 years old, who'd created an organization. And the subject of the organization was to help Black girls in business, right? And I just thought that was remarkable because I was like, what was I doing at 19? Not that, you know? And then I was standing backstage and she was on air and talking about all of the work that she was doing. And I was like, gosh, she's been doing this for 3 years. Like, it's not just that she's 19 now, like she's been doing this work. And I forced myself back on the stage, which was probably illegal, but it doesn't matter. I was like, you know, came and met Rachel. And while we were on air, without Elisa's permission, by the way, I said, well, I'd like to invite you to come to Vital Voices with me in May to the Embassy for Women, you know, and let's celebrate your voice. And she on air also agreed that she would. We both didn't know what in the hell we were talking about. And I was like, and I'll be your mentor, you know? So if you would indulge me, I would love for Rachel Holmes to come up and say hello to you and give her some love because she's been doing amazing. You want to say anything?
Hi. Hi, I'm Rachel. Thank you so much for the incredible introduction. And it is an honor to be here in this space with you all, with so many incredibly inspiring women. I'm 19, still figuring out what I want to do, but being in this space is so incredibly important. And I'm so grateful for Bozoma for giving me this opportunity and for being a mentor for me. So thank you.
Oh my gosh.
So
she's like, I will never go anywhere with you again.
I mean, this is the only thing when you get to that age when you're mentoring other people, and then you look at them like this person has already like accomplished so much, and
right?
it's really inspiring. Thank you for sharing that. And you did very well on the spot.
I know, on the spot. So
I'm impressed.
Amazing.
So because we've talked about this a couple of times, and I think we have to wrap soon, even though I could talk to you all day.
I know.
But you talk about this a lot, and I want to share this. A couple of years ago, when I was like just beginning my process of recovery, after I'd gone through my own trauma, and I felt like I'd figured it out. Single parenting was hard, something we shared. And I thought, I'm good. I figured it out. I'm going to do things like this, and I'm, out in the world, and I'm going to events, and I'm, seeing friends. And I took a trip to India with a few female friends, and I went to, because I know you believe this. I know you believe in these sort of divine, these signs, right?
Signs.
I do too, by the way. And I go and we see an astrologer, and Hillary goes first, and learns all kinds of things, and I don't know, and so I go in, and he we have a conversation about happiness and joy. I said, no, I'm happy, I'm good, and I'm good. I do all these things, and and anybody, and I would have these conversations with my girlfriends. Like every time I see you, you're at some event, or you're on some red carpet, or you're off at some very glamorous place, or traveling, with Hillary, you must seem happy. And he said, there's a difference between being entertained and finding bliss. And you will know when you have found your bliss when you start dancing. And you dance a lot, Boz.
I just said I twerk.
So my question for you is, how do you feel about your state of bliss?
Ooh, golly, Huma. I mean, I was almost out of here. I almost cleared it. How do I feel about my state of bliss?
You exude it.
Gosh, I'm so grateful. Ooh, I'm so grateful. It's gonna make me cry. I'm so grateful.
You are a goddess for so many of us. But what I will say, while you think about it, is I'm gonna close, the way I opened. Read this book. Doesn't matter how old you are, because number one, it might inspire you to write your own story. And I think what you will find when for those of us who have had trauma, and by the way, I think we've all had either a big T, little t trauma, but there is so much more that connects us than divides us. And it is a roadmap in how to live and how you can go through the unimaginable and have extraordinary success, because what I want to end on is you are an inspiration for thousands of people. You live your life with courage and grace and beauty and success. And all of us in this room, Kate and I and Elise and those of us who have the honor to serve on this board with you, we are rooting for you, and we know that you're going to do even more extraordinary things, and we cannot wait to see what you do next, because it will be extraordinary. And I love you so much. Thank you for sharing with all of us.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. I am so satisfied in my life. I think that's the word that I would use. My bliss is contingent on my satisfaction. For a long time, I lived fast because, we're all on that hamster wheel, right? We're trying to get to the next thing. You're trying to climb the ladder. You're trying to get the successes. You're trying to fulfill your parents' expectations. You're trying to do all the things. And I was reaching those, but I was not appreciating the moment. not really in my spirit appreciating where I am. And when when I started to get hit by these traumas, I started appreciating the moment better. At the end of Peter's life, we started to write a list of things to do, because that was the moment. Some people call it a bucket list, but it wasn't really that. It wasn't like, oh, let's go climb Mount Everest. It wasn't like that. It was some stuff like, what are we going to do with Lael? Because we knew he was going. What happens if I go? Then what do we do with her? And what's the next time we're going to eat gelato? Let's go eat that. Or we always wanted to take the drive on Edgewater in New Jersey and look at Manhattan. Let's go do that. And it became a list of things to do that was so intentional about the moment that I have not lost it. So it's a gift, to be able to have time, intentional time. And that's why urgency to me is not just about living fast, it's about living intentionally and being satisfied. It doesn't mean I don't have ambition. It doesn't mean I'm not hungry for the next thing. It doesn't mean that I don't want to continue to achieve. I want all of that. But at the beginning of my book, I have a quote by Diane Ackerman that I absolutely love. It changed my entire perspective when I read it. It says, I want to get to the end of my life and not just have lived the length of it, but to have lived the width of it. And the width to me means the satisfaction in life. Like if you are not satisfied in your life, if you were to go tomorrow, and again, this is not morbid, it should be inspiring. If you were to go tomorrow, would you be satisfied with the life that you're currently living? I promise you, I'm satisfied with my life. If I were to go tomorrow, I'd be so thankful. I'd be so thankful for what has happened. I do want to get to 106, Lord, so please just, hold off. But I would be so thankful, so that's why I'm grateful.
Rose, thank you. Beautifully, beautifully said. Thank you. Thank you all.
Hello, everybody. Hi there. I'm gonna wait for there we go. Hi, everyone, how you doing? I'm always gonna check in to make sure you're okay, so I appreciate the call and response. Well, this part of the program is incredibly fun. I'm so thrilled to introduce the talented singer-songwriter, and let me not forget to say producer, behind the I Can't Keep Quiet campaign for survivors of abuse, Milk. She also mentioned to me, first of all, did you know only about 2% of music producers are women? That's wild. So that producer credit matters. But also, Milk just dropped a single today. So make sure you open up your Spotify, Apple Music, whatever you use to stream. But you don't have to stream because she's here. So let's give her a round of applause.
All right, hello. How's everyone doing? I started the chorus of this song in the bathroom of this Grammy-winning producer's restroom at his studio, and I was like, I have imposter syndrome. So I started singing this mantra to myself to help me like snap into my existing power. Ooh, I belong. Ooh, I belong here. I belong. I've been doing the most, out of breath just to show that I deserve to be here too. But what I'm growing to know is I've always been home. There's nothing more for me to prove. Ooh, I belong. Ooh, I belong here. I belong. We all got faulty tapes, looping doubts, looping pain, dusty heirlooms we don't need. But we got what it takes for the cycle to break. Revolution lives in me. Ooh, I belong. I belong here. Ooh, I belong. I belong. No matter where we go. No matter where we've been before. Don't have to feel alone. No. We're all finding our way home. We belong to each other. No matter where I go, I belong. No matter where I've been, I belong here. We're not alone. I belong. I belong. I Thank you. So I'm so excited to be here. We're here to embrace our voices, to uncover our voices, and this next song, I'm going to do a little snippet of it because I have a limited amount of time with you. It's called Quiet, and I wrote it as a survivor. Thank you, that one person back there. And it became this call for all different sorts of people all over the world. And it was proof to me when I shared my own really personal, intimate song of healing that the wind was going to carry my truth. So if you speak your truth, the wind will carry it. And that's my mission, is to just go all over the world and remind people of that, because that's, I think, the fundamentals of how to heal ourselves, our communities, and the world. So I'm going to share a bit of that with you.
Thank you, Ben.
Put on your face, know your place, shut up and smile, don't spread your legs. I could do that, but no one knows me, no one ever will. If I don't say something, if I just lie still, they may see a monster, they may run away. If I let them hear what I have to say. And then the words came to me in a dream. I can't keep quiet, no, I can't keep quiet, no, a one-woman riot, oh, I can't keep quiet for anyone. And then we continued it on. No, not anymore, 'cause no one knows me, no one ever will. If I don't say something, if I just lie still, they may see a monster, they may run away. But I have to do this. You might be wondering, is she going to make us sing along? Because all these choirs all over the world started singing along, and I'm just addicted to harmony. And so, yes, I am going to do that right now. So it just goes, I can't keep quiet. No, no, no. Want to try it out? I can't keep quiet. No, no, no. Oh, one woman riot. Yeah. No, no, no. Let me hear it one time. Beautiful. I can't keep quiet, no, I can't keep quiet, no, no. And then a song where I sing about what I cannot do then started enabling me to build that delicate fence so I could plant and plan my own garden. And in that garden, I started realizing the different flowers that were going to bloom were also going to bring these butterflies. And I used to think, oh, I don't have time for butterflies. All like kind of girly things is like pish, pish, posh. But here I am wearing a dress, and I'm trying to embrace all sides of being a human, being whole. And so Metamorphosis is the newest song that I released. And if you're just meeting me, my artist name is Milk, M-I-L-C-K. Any support is super, super helpful. This song is a reminder to me that no matter how hard the process of writhing and wriggling through the chrysalis is, every push of the butterfly's wings is necessary for it to survive. If we try to rip that chrysalis and let the butterfly out sooner than it's ready, those wings are lame and can't bring the butterfly to the new location that it wants to go to. So as individuals and as a society, as genders, as humans, we are writhing and wriggling, and I trust that our wet wings will dry. All these changes feel like death.
was born for this. Ooh, metamorphosis. Give it a little more time, a little more time. Wet wings they will try. Ooh, I was born for this.
This room is so intimate. Like, I usually belt this song out, but it's like so gentle in here. I think it's all the wood that's like reflecting off, so it's making me like whisper the song a little bit. So this is Ben and Tellis, guys, and he co-wrote this song with me. Been through pain and growth like teenage bones. I find strength in the faith of letting go. I'm on the rise, I'm on the rise, here I go. Oh, pain and growth, you feed my soul. Ooh, I was born for this. Ooh, metamorphosis. Give it a little more time, a little more time. Wet wings they will try. A little more time, a little more time. Wet wings they will try. Change this big feels like death, but I believe it's for the best. Cut the ties, say goodbye. I'm finally ready. Give it a little more time, a little more time. A little more time, a little more time. A little more time, a little more time. I was born for this. May the voice of the feminine divine continue to grow and strengthen over time. A little more time. A little more time. Thank you so much.
Some chills. I don't know about you. That's literally what we call a true songbird. May the voice of the feminine divine continue to thrive. Thank you, Milk, so much for that. All right, now we've got a panel. You've been warmed up. Your soul has been warmed, and your ears too. So here to moderate our next panel, fittingly on the art of storytelling to disrupt, is the co-founder of Oxygen Media, former CEO of Nickelodeon, and current vice chair of the board of Vital Voices. But first, we have a screening of a short little movie. Let's give the screen a round of applause, shall we?
We join here today to bring our eyes on Iran in the 10th week of protests, to stand in solidarity with the brave girls and boys, women and men who continue to storm the streets to free Iran from her shackles.
The murder of Mahsa Amini in the hands of the police sparked a revolution where the Iranian people, led by girls and women, said, "We will not tolerate this oppression."
This is a government that has kept its people hostage, subjecting us to live under a constant state of fear, including murdering a young innocent woman, Mahsa Amini, for simply showing the slightest piece of hair.
Every day going out in the street is a magnificent act of courage. What they're asking of us is to echo their voices.
My Baba taught me that art could be a tool to create awareness. He also taught me that it's the job of artists to take on the societal issues of our time, not to shy away from them. Art is one of the most important ways of transmitting the power of this movement beyond Iran's borders.
We have more than 18,000 protesters who've been jailed. Some of them are being sentenced to execution. And that is why this art is so important. That is why all of us being here is so important, because the real narrative is the narrative from the Iranian people.
It's important to have a day like today where we have these pieces of art by renowned artists doing what we do best as artists, is interpreting what is happening and expressing it in a way that moves people.
It's an entirely women-led revolution, which is historic and something that hasn't happened before.
طرحی که من کار کردم در واقع انعکاس چشمهای همه ایرانیان به خصوص زنان شجاع ایرانیه.
I feel like it's a responsibility of those of us who have more liberty and more opportunity to be allies and use our voices as artists, as activists, to bring awareness to what's happening.
Say her name, Mahsa Amini. 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 Say her name,
We as Iranians are here to ask the United Nations and the international community to be on the right side of history and to hear our voices.
As we look out from this park and see the UN, I want to drive home to you how important it is that participating nations not only remove Iran from the Commission on the Status of Women, but also from the Charter itself.
Every day that Iran remains a member of that commission, that body and the UN lose credibility.
But there is hope. Today, we have more eyes on Iran than ever before. Therefore, an opportunity that requires everyone staying awake to this moment. We can see justice. It's only a matter of how soon.
Jen, Jian, Azadi, Zan, Zendegi, Azadi, woman, life, freedom.
These women and activists have appealed to us, the United Nations, for support. They made their request to us loud and clear. Let's vote to remove Iran from the Commission on the Status of Women. Today we have an opportunity to do something that is clearly the right thing to do.
This is a great day for the Commission and for the UN. We stood up for all the women and girls of Iran. We stood up for women. We stood up for life. And we stood up for freedom. And for that, we are most proud.
Watch. Well, that video was part of a campaign to remove Iran from the UN Commission on the Status of Women. And it was created in a partnership between the Iranian Women's for Freedom group and Vital Voices. The executive director for that group, Claudia Pena, is going to be on the panel today, and so you're going to hear from her as well as many other women leaders. So I'm excited for you to engage in that conversation. But first, I want to welcome the moderator. I introduced her earlier, so I won't go through her many laurels. Co-founder of Oxygen Media, former CEO of Nickelodeon, current vice chair of the board of Vital Voices. But Jerry Laybourne told me she's just a badass. Give her a round of applause.
Do you want to hear? We're waiting for everyone. Oh, how respectful.
Yeah, right? We do it swear.
I don't know if our mics are on.
Yep.
Can you hear us?
Yes.
Let's test. How many of you identify with badass?
But I won't tell my daughter that.
I was going to say.
I think Elise asked me to moderate this panel because it's called The Art of Disruption. And whenever I describe myself, I don't say badass all the time, only when in the presence of Vital Voices, Diane von Furstenberg insists that all the board be badasses. But I describe myself as a disruptor. And if we can't be disruptive, we really can't be much. Anyway, we have a great group of women today, very diverse. We only have a very short amount of time to share with you. So I'm going to ask all of our wonderful participants a question, and then we'll see where we go. But it's the art of disruption. It's how the arts help spark social change. And so we're going to start with Samar, Manala Khan. And by the way, if you have not read the bios of this board, I'm not going to give you every detail of their life because it's so astonishing. I'd just be the only one talking. Last night I watched Samar's first movie, Swara, A Bridge Over Troubled Water. And she's a documentarian, she's an anthropologist, but her camera, her lens, does not flinch. She tells the story of this Pakistani tradition where if a man in the family commits a crime, they have to give up one or two of their daughters. And so these 8-year-olds or 9-year-olds or 2-year-olds are marched off, and she holds the camera on their face. And it just gives you so much pause. How could this happen? So she's done lots of work, other work. Outswing is a movement to get girls into sports, to break those traditions. So my question to you, you have been enormously successful in changing stubborn minds. In fact, you've changed legislation. How did you do it?
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you, Vital Voices. It's always, an honor to be part of any event by Vital Voices. So, yes, I started off as a freelance journalist, and I would write on issues related to women, especially issues like honor killings, bride price. But then I realized that I was writing in English, and the audience that I was trying to reach out to couldn't access those articles. So then I switched to documentaries, because visual medium is a very impactful medium. And I started making documentaries in the regional languages of Pakistan. And that is when I came across this custom where girls are given in compensation to end disputes. And it's the girl who ends up paying the price of someone else's crime for the rest of her life. And I just wanted to shed light on this custom and generate a dialogue around it. So I made it in our regional language, and the audience was our rural audience. Like, I knew who to address. And then I realized there was no law against it, so I interviewed the tribal chiefs, I interviewed the religious scholars, just to question why this is still being practiced. And then it was used as evidence in the Supreme Court of Pakistan in one of the first public interest litigations against the custom. And it led to saving more than 100 girls who were being given as compensation.
It's so fantastic.
But again, the culture doesn't change overnight. It takes time. And like, for me as an anthropologist, I think it's very, very important to use culture to shift culture and to shift the mindsets of people in a way which is relatable to them. For example, I've been, honored to work in the rural areas of Pakistan, and I've worked with artists from Afghanistan, like amazing Naghma Bibi, and who have actually performed on these issues. And it just is humbling to see how the message through music can touch the hearts of people. So that's what I focus on.
It's fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Sherry Weston, I just want to thank you, because you're the last woman standing in the United States of America who loves kids and thinks they can, in the media, sorry. I'm sure a few of you love your kids.
That's, yeah.
But she's the last woman standing in the children's media space. And she has a tremendous responsibility on her shoulders. She has held forth that she wants kids to be smarter, stronger, and kinder, which to me that's a prescription for the whole wide world. But how many people here think that somebody who's fighting for kids could raise $100 million to educate kids in refugee camps in Syria? Please raise your hand if you think that's possible.
Yeah, we know that.
Okay, how many people think she could actually raise another $100 million to extend it to Bangladesh? Okay, so we have Samar, who's changed Stubborn Minds, and you tackle topics with the most open-minded people in the world, children, and tough topics about gender, race, identity, all kinds of things. Tell us how that works.
Well, thank you, Jerry. That's really generous. A lot of people helped on both of those accomplishments. But I will say that I think that the power that Sesame has, Sesame Street, for those of you who know it, around the world, is that we're reaching children in the first years of their lives, which is when we can have the greatest impact. It's when they're forming their sense of self. It's when their brain is developing faster than any other time. And it's true that so often people think of challenging issues as adult issues, whether that's displacement or parental incarceration or addiction, and they want to protect children from it, which in fact is actually the worst thing for children. What you want to do is they understand so much more than you think, but you want to help give them tools to better understand and for adults to talk to children about those issues, which is why we do so much around tackling tough issues and giving caregivers resources. But when you talk about gender, race, identity, it's also this incredible time when you can influence children by giving them powerful role models. And children learn best when they see themselves reflected. And when we see children reflected in positive lights, if you know I know this is an audience from all over, but if people know the history of Sesame Street, which started in the United States in the 1960s and now is all over the world, but it was it was the first multiracial cast. Many young children in the U.S. of color saw themselves for the first time reflected on children's television on Sesame Street. I remember when President Obama met the creator of Sesame Street, who you know, Joan Gans Cooney, he said, "My sister and I grew up watching Sesame Street, and I knew it was made for us." And I will say the work around the world where we create local productions, it's not the US version, it's local, indigenous, if you will, it's reflecting children in their culture, in their language, with characters that they can identify with. And this is a heartbreaking example in some ways, but I still think it's one of the greatest examples of using media to change, plant the seeds for societal change, to open hearts and minds, and to disrupt. And that was in Afghanistan, where we were on the air for 10 years with a local production called Bache Simpson, which means Sesame Garden in Daryan Pashto. And because girls' education and gender equity was a huge curricular goal, our lead Muppet was a little girl named Zari. She wears her hijab and her school uniform proudly. And not only are we reaching young girls who often don't have access to quality early education, but we're modeling for them, to see possibilities they may never have thought of. Equally importantly, we're showing young boys that it's okay for girls to go to school and for women to have different roles and responsibilities. And the research in Afghanistan, before we had to leave, was that little boys who watched tested 29% higher on gender equity, saying they thought it was fine for girls to go to school. And better yet, the qualitative research with adults, because so often adults in Afghanistan, a country like Afghanistan, the parents are watching with children, is that fathers said again and again that watching Bache Simpson had been the reason they had changed their mind about permitting their daughters to go to school.
So you had to deal with stubborn minds too.
Yeah, but I think that's the power of media and Muppets, if you will.
That's fantastic.
To change society.
That's fantastic. So you saw the work of Claudia Pena before we walked on the stage. She wears so many hats. You have to read her bio. She runs an artist collective called Four Freedoms that is really organized to use art to communicate. And she works on things that I care deeply about, like dismantling the prison industrial complex and racialized mass incarceration. But what fascinates me is her focus on civic engagement. And to me, that is one of the biggest problems all over the world, that especially with young people. But she believes, I think this is right, that civic engagement also needs to come with civic joy. So do you want to explain that?
Sure, I'd love to. Thank you, Jerry, and thank you, co-panelists. It's really good to be here at this Vital Voices Festival, especially on Nakachak Indigenous land. I want to start off by saying that I teach in prisons, and one of the things that I've learned is that people are sort of desperate to take care of something other than themselves. From very formal programs like dog training programs that exist in many carceral facilities to informally there will be a mom or a dad to the local pigeon population, making sure they eat and, when necessary, becoming an ad hoc veterinarian. And people in solitary will tell you stories of taking care of a spider or even a cockroach in their cell. And over the course of the pandemic, we saw that people became very avid gardeners, arborists, and suddenly everybody was living in a jungle. If you watch like in a virtual meeting, people were surrounded by plants. And the literature tells us that children do best in families where they have chores, where they're giving tasks as part of the family ecosystem to help take care of something. And the thread between all of this is that people want to live meaningful lives. They want to be part of something that's bigger than themselves. They want to be part of something that affects other folks, that affects the community. They want to do something that matters. And so Civic Joy is the concept that we created at Four Freedoms, which is a national collective of artists. Certainly I am not the only one. And we create a series of invitations based around FDR's Four Freedoms. So the original four freedoms that FDR spoke about were freedom of worship, freedom of speech, freedom from want, and freedom from fear. We remixed those at Four Freedoms and created awakening, justice, healing, and listening. And around these invitations, we open the door for people to walk in and engage civically in ways that matter to them. So let me ask you a question. Who in here identifies as an artist? A good quarter of you, I'd say. Okay, so the ethos at Four Freedoms, one of our goals is for everybody to recognize themselves as an artist, for everybody awaken to the idea that there's an artist inside of you. For me, the definition of an artist is just someone who uses their imagination and brings something into creation. So that could be a painting or a really amazing spreadsheet. Truly.
Creativity.
Who of you have seen an organized spreadsheet and been like, damn, that's art? It's kind of hot, right? Yeah. So the sooner we can get everybody to recognize themselves as an artist, the sooner we can get away from this tired old refrain that it's impossible, it cannot be done, right? Because the status quo really benefits from this idea that something is impossible. The status quo is like that guest that has completely overstayed their welcome. You know, it's like that dude who's mansplaining something to you, you got your PhD in, and you're like, what are you doing here? Who invited you? Go home, read a book, right? That's the status quo. And when people awaken to the artist in them, we will be able to actually create this world that we've been dreaming of. And so I'll end by pointing to the video that you just watched, Eyes on Iran, which was this incredible campaign that came to us from a group of Iranian women, because it's always important to center the voices of the people directly impacted by the issues that you care about. And they came to us to collaborate on a campaign or to support the activists on the ground in Iran. We saw it as a call and response sort of thing. The activists were calling on the ground, and we wanted to respond. And we ideated, we experimented, we thought of all sorts of things, and finally it came to us that removing the Islamic Republic of Iran from the Commission on the Status of Women was one thing that was within our realm that we could do. And of course, everybody told us it was impossible from the very beginning, all the experts, all the UN advisors. And we created this incredible exhibit at Four Freedoms Park, which faces the United Nations, and it was mostly Iranian artists. There was a couple Solidarity artists as well. But like parents love all their children the same, I love all my artists the same. But there was one piece that was my favorite, between you, me, and the brick wall. The artist Z, it was her first time exhibiting ever. And she was a huge inspiration to this entire campaign, and she created the most beautiful piece that existed in the exhibit. It was a huge piece that had the names of people who had been killed by the state, and it made up the word Baruye, which was the freedom song that was inspiring and encouraging the people to stay in the streets. And that was the piece that the United Nations saw, and why the commissioner came down to the park in order to learn more about what was going on, and why the vote took place within months of our campaign, and why we won, even though everybody said it was impossible. So I'll end with a line from a poem that says, "You are an artist, act like one." That's right.
So Deborah Rutter is a Vital Voices board member. By the way, so is Sherry Weston, and so am I. I am so in awe of her because she came in to be the first woman head of the Kennedy Center. And one of the first meetings she had, they were describing that they were planning an addition to the Kennedy Center. And she's kind of asking the basic question, why? What's the purpose? Why is this going to happen? And there was no answer. Well, we need a meeting room, we need a this, blah, blah, blah. And so she took a big step back to think about what could this be to change Kennedy Center, to disrupt, not to disrupt the great history of the Kennedy Center, but to get a different audience, to get access for a different audience. And I think she is the only person running a major, important performing arts center that has embraced at the center of her mission social justice. And we're very proud to have you on the board.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you. So there are performing arts centers all around the world, and sometimes they're very big, like the Kennedy Center, and sometimes they're a theater with a little rehearsal room adjacent. But there are performing arts centers everywhere in the world. It's how you approach the work. So we are not a social justice institution, but we are a performing arts center that takes social justice very seriously and with intention. And I will tell you that I've learned throughout my 8.5 years at the Kennedy Center so much from all of the different art forms that I get to engage with. The Kennedy Center, for those of you who don't know, is officially the National Cultural Center of the United States, signed into legislation by Congress. We have board members who represent all aspects of the administration. And as a result, I think about this as being the place, just as there's the concept that the White House is the people's house, that the National Cultural Center is the people's performing arts center. And we think about this so that we provide opportunities for all artists and all audiences of all genres, which is not so easy to do. It's easy to say that, but not so easy always to deliver on that. But I have been very fortunate to have my entire career be in the performing arts and worked with artists. And what I have really come to understand, as we have heard here, is that the best way to actually show people who we are, tell the story of who we are, hold up the mirror to who we are as a society, is through art and artists. Artists are actually leading us through this next sort of cataclysmic time in the world. And artists are going to be leading us to those solutions. Each of the topics that we've talked about here have nothing to do with painting or dancing or singing, but are really a story of a social issue that was stuck. And it took an artist and artist colleagues, Sherry and I are artist colleagues, but artists, to actually break the logjam. And that's what I believe we have to hold true. And so I think about the work of Vital Voices, and I think, how can we continue to amplify the voice of Milk and others to tell the story, to shine the light on who we are and what we do. And what's fascinating is that in these years, we have changed our approach to programming. Most people think of a performing arts center as a place to go to escape and be entertained. But what's really interesting is that escape, that moment of entertainment. Where are we entertaining our young child in the morning, or are we teaching them? There is always an opportunity to use art for non-art outcomes. That it can be about health, it can be about well-being, it can be about education, it can be about community. And what's so interesting is if you think about the best stories that are being told in whatever way, they actually all have a story that is about disruption of some sort. Persuasion, a gift to you to think about the world in a little bit of a different place. So I have a pretty complex job in that we have so many venues, we have so many ways in which people can participate, but we have a limitless, sort of landscape of stories and opportunities to bring people and artists into the center. We just finished last weekend a month-long festival on rivers. Because we're the National Cultural Center, we can't actually be advocates, but I'm being an advocate every single day, every single program that we do. We just don't say, and you, Mr. Senator or Madam Representative, we want you to vote this way. We just hold up that mirror and tell a story. So this Rivers Festival included extraordinary artists from 23 different countries. We had 300 artists from all over the world telling their story about the importance of rivers and what's happening to rivers. So it was another way of actually advocating without advocating specifically.
So the Kennedy Center is way more than the Kennedy Honors.
That's the bane of my
And-
existence. Bane of my existence.
So we have a minute left. And the question I have for you, what innovation excites you about how we can ignite social change? And, you know, you heard Helena Hualingua in the first panel, which should give you hope for the next generation. But do you think the next generation is ready to take up the challenge? Let's start with Deborah.
I was talking to an artist just this morning, and he made the observation that the only way we can get out of this cataclysmic time will be a great escape. And that great escape is going to be brought to us by the next generation.
Amen. So how many are here from the next generation? Please.
By next generation, do you mean Gen Z?
Claudia?
Yeah, Gen Z, yeah. I love Gen Z. They're everything. I'm so excited to hand the world to them, really. They're brilliant, they're excited, they're motivated. Their foundational line is so much higher than us. The things they're talking about at 19 years old blow my mind. That's not at all where I was a bajillion years ago.
Jerry?
And I'm actually really excited. Sorry, just one more thing. I'm excited about AI. I know everybody's scared of it. I think we're going to get a lot of cool things out of it. I'm excited.
Well, you be in charge of it, okay?
No.
It won't surprise you that I think the most important innovation is giving the tools to the next generation by starting early.
Yes.
And there is so much evidence that if we reach children in those early years to give them the tools they need, they will be the catalyst for change and will be able to help rebuild society.
I just want to add to that. There's evidence that if you reach a kid before they're 5,
absolutely,
about the wonder of difference, they will never be racist. And it's just,
it's the great Mandela quote: children aren't born hating because of difference of race or difference of color of skin or difference of background. That has to be taught.
Yeah.
So we can also teach children to love and
Yeah.
to accept differences.
And to be kinder.
And my final message would be to encourage the youth to reflect more on cultural sensitive approaches, especially when it comes to the area of working in arts and film. Because as an anthropologist, I feel that when we are working in a particular culture, it's those people who are the real experts who
Yes.
can help you in creating that content. We need not go there as the directors or experts, and that's what I've learned. And just a quick example, we made this song which is called A Lullaby for You, My Daughter. It's a lullaby dedicated to girls. It's in Pashto and Dari, and it's a tribute to the amazing fathers who encourage their girls to go to school.
That's great.
So that was made with the help of some local experts in Afghanistan and Pakistan, and I suppose that's why it touches the hearts of people.
Yes.
So that's my final message.
That's fantastic. Well, thank you all.
That was so good.
Thank you.
All right, thanks to our panelists for that conversation. And we still have one more, so please do stick with us. We've got our second leadership spotlight. If you'd all please join me in welcoming our panelists here. We have Ambassador Patricia Espinosa. She's Executive Secretary of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change and also the founder of Women for Women and co-founder of Daughter for Earth, Zainab Salbi. Round of applause, please. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. So good seeing everyone. Well, as was said before, I'm Zainab Selby. I'm the co-founder of Daughters for Earth, a fund and a campaign that aims at mobilizing women to be involved in climate solutions, funding women who are already doing climate solutions, and celebrating women in the sector. And I have the extreme pleasure of introducing everyone and being in conversation with Ambassador Patricia Espinosa. Ambassador Espinosa has a very unique history between being the youngest diplomat, Mexican diplomat, to serve at the Beijing 95 Women World Convention on Women, to then being the youngest ambassador, Mexican ambassador to Germany, and later to Slovakia, Slovenia, and the UN, and then serving the longest Minister of Foreign Affairs in Mexico, 2 consecutive terms, and the second historical woman in this position. And then later she moved to the climate movement, or the climate discussions, and she led COP16. She was the Executive Secretary at the UN Convention on Climate Change, among many other roles. A very robust career in both the women's space as well as the climate space. Ambassador Espinosa, it's truly an honor to be in conversation with you here today. And I want to start us with the question of, you have sort of this 2 bookends, right? 1995 UN Convention on Women, historical, and you wrote the document for that, actually. To then being involved or contributed, of course.
It was a collective
contributed
effort,
as
right?
women always do.
Yes.
To right now being engaged in the, have a robust career in the climate discussion at a multilateral level as well as in all sectors. Where are women in the discussion, and particularly climate, and how has the role of women evolved to the better or to the worse since that 1995 convention?
Well, first of all, thank you, Zainab, and thank you also what you do with women for Daughters for Earth. It is very, very important that women are also celebrated, that they become visible, that they become acknowledged. So let me go directly into your question, because we do not have a lot of time. I had the privilege of participating as part of the Mexican delegation in Beijing, and to be directly responsible for supporting the drafting group, the group that drafted the Beijing Declaration and the Platform for Action, which until today, I believe, continues to be the most relevant, the most comprehensive framework for women's rights and for women's empowerment and advancement. When we look at the situation today, I would just make the following reflection. If we had to negotiate today the Beijing platform again, I'm not sure that we would be able to get an agreement around all the issues that are covered in that document. So, which means the scenario today is very mixed. I think it wouldn't be fair to say everywhere we are going backwards. But the truth is that we do see a lot of efforts to bring those that progress backwards. One of the issues, for example, that was extensively discussed in Beijing was the question of the reproductive health and reproductive rights. And we are seeing that issue coming up again and again and again.
Yeah.
And that was already adopted in 1995. So what does it mean? It means that we need to continue working on these issues. It needs that we need to continue supporting women. This is why the role of Vital Voices is so important. And the big network that Vital Voices has is such a powerful instrument for that.
Let's go to climate, because women are missing from the climate discussion. they're not missing. You were part of it. There are a few other amazing women also were part of it. But as a collective, the larger collective of women feel that our voices are not fully included. Indigenous women voices are not included. Funding, of all funding that goes to environmental issues, 2% goes to women and 1% goes to Indigenous women particularly. So it's very marginalized. Can you give us a read of why the marginalization of women, and why we may say simply sexism, right? But what can we do to ensure that women are front and center at the negotiating tables as it relates to the biggest crisis facing humanity?
Absolutely, Zainab. It is very, very unfortunate to see that in spite of the fact that under the convention, there was a decision taken already in 2001 in order to make a call for delegations to include women in their delegations and to really incorporate the gender perspective. That happened in 2010 at the COP16 in Cancun, to include the gender perspective into any plans that relate to addressing climate change. The truth is that as of today, well, let's say the figures we have, or the figures I have, is in 2021, COP27 in Glasgow. Many of you may remember that conference. For example, of the 110 heads of state and government that were there, only 7 were women. And it was really heartbreaking to see the picture of heads of state and government and just thinking, this is not the reflection of the world in the 21st century. So what do we need to do? We need to work at different levels. We need to continue to work at the level of grassroots, where we know that women, and in particular Indigenous women, are incredibly wise, and they can bring up solutions to address climate change. It is not only that women are really disproportionately affected by climate change. They can also be the providers and the ones that come up with the solutions. So we need to do that. But at the same time, we also need to work to empower women and to build capacity so that they can be effective in influencing policies, in influencing, for example, in companies also corporate strategies, influencing the politicians that they elect, making sure that this is one of the demands that is on the table. Even today, how many political campaigns do we see that give the attention that is needed to women and climate? None, really, none. So we need to continue working on that.
And I can't think of a better ending for our very short conversation. Thank you so much. I understand you're advising and guiding Vital Voices strategy on how to work on climate change and with women. It's truly an honor as a board member of Vital Voices, a very proud board member. It's truly an honor to collaborate with you and to hear your expertise. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you, Zainab. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Honestly, I think this was perfect. Yeah. You got the job done.
Yes, we did. Yeah. We did, because we knew we could not speak longer.
Yes, yeah.
Then at the end, it turned out
the way you ended up, it was fantastic.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Sometimes things always works,
Yeah.
And we don't know where Secretary Clinton is. Oh, or maybe she's at the
I am a woman.
I am a woman.
I am a woman.
A single voice.
Many have doubted what I'm capable of.
But I saw a problem in my community.
I saw the women of my country being left behind.
The women in Kuwait did not have political rights.
Women were getting raped and they were not getting any justice.
I made a choice.
I made a choice.
I made a choice.
To take action.
I've been able to get justice for child abuse victims.
I help women and their families earn a living where they live.
I've helped more than 27,000 women into business.
I've mentored women so that they're now part of the decision-making process.
We campaign to obtain full political rights.
We've been able to...
I made a film.
I will provide the Iraqi
I am a single voice.
I am a single voice.
I am a single voice.
And I will be heard.
Hi, I'm Marina Pisklakova-Parker, and I'm a Senior Director for GBV Advocacy here at Vital Voices. But my journey with Vital Voices started more than 25 years ago. I've been a member of this network for 25 years, but it all started back in Beijing in '95, when there was an amazing synchronicity when Alice Nelson, Mylène Verveer, Secretary Clinton, and others, we were independently. We didn't know each other at that time. We were at Beijing conference, and I was in that room. I was one of those who was in the room, hearing the words that changed my life. Women's rights are human rights. That moment, I realized that the work that I've started basically much bigger than me. And it's not just the social work, because I started the first helpline for battered women in Russia. And at that time, I was thinking that I'm just helping women. But in '95, I've learned that I'm doing more. The next stage of my awareness was in '97. The first Vital Voices conference in Vienna. And another slogan, another wisdom, which was democracy without women is not a democracy. That also changed my life because I realized that fighting for human rights is political, personal is political, and that we all need to be aware of that. Since that moment, I became a member of the Vital Voices network. And then it was another important event for me. In '99, it was another Vital Voices conference in Reykjavik, where Secretary Clinton interviewed 5 women on the stage from different continents, and we were talking about women's rights. And at that time, I was already prepared to speak about women's rights, to be able to express and to be articulate, because I was trained already. And that's what Vital Voices does. Very important things for any activist. One, we get skills to be able to go out there and change what we feel, what we are passionate about. And also a very important moment when women who already well-known, influential, have space in this world, are not afraid to stand with us, activists on the ground, give us space, give us support, and empower us. Now, 25 years later, I made a full circle. I came back to Vital Voices as a senior director for GBV advocacy. I came back to just give back what I've gained, what I've learned, and This amazing network of over 20,000 women around the globe, each making difference every day, each struggling, but that's the power that is making difference in this world. And please enjoy the panel, because this panel is going again to show what actions women take to change this world to be a better place. Thank you.
Well, hi there, everyone. Is anyone there? That's great to know. Well, I gotta say, we have a powerhouse panel right now of powerful women, as the name implies. And today we're talking about 25 years of disrupting the status quo. And beside me are women who've been doing just that. I want to introduce them, starting with former U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton. Please join me in welcoming her. We're also joined by Ruchira Gupta. She's a journalist and anti-trafficking activist and author, as well as Umi Sissoko, co-founder of the Girls Agenda. Feel free to wave so they know who you are. Brynell Hines, peace builder at Northern Ireland, and Maria Pacheco, founder of Wakami Global. Thank you all for being here. So, Secretary Clinton, I do want to begin with you, and I want to start broadly because you are no stranger to disrupting the status quo. I can think of a few times you've done that. First woman to be senator in New York, first woman to get a presidential nomination from a major U.S. party, just to name a few things. So I wonder, for those in the audience who maybe haven't done as much as you have, that wasn't meant to be shady. What do you say to those women who are advocating for women's rights today? And also, which women's rights do you feel are most at threat?
It's a great question, and I cannot tell you how happy I am to be back at Vital Voices and to be on a panel with women whom I admire and know, women I've worked with in the past, and be part of this extraordinary network. You know, it is a broad question, but let me answer it in this way. I think that the gains that we have seen in women's rights and women's opportunities have been significant. I remember very well in 1995 when I was at Beijing at the UN Conference on Women, we passed a platform for action, which I'm afraid in today's world would probably not pass because it had to be unanimous because it was the United Nations. So every country had to sign on. And at the time we passed that, there were hundreds of millions of girls not in school. There was inadequate health care. There were economic barriers to the participation of women in the economies of their countries. There were laws that prevented women from inheriting property, from opening a business, all kinds of prohibitions. Women in some places were not allowed to vote, drive a car. Women were, in many parts of the world, really kept down and kept back. So fast forward all these years later, certainly progress has been made. A lot of laws have been changed. A lot of doors have been either opened or knocked down. A lot of women have assumed positions of leadership and responsibility in the public, the private, the not-for-profit sectors. So a lot of movement has happened since the world really came together and had an honest assessment of where women stood. However, in the last few years, some of it driven by COVID, which disrupted so much of our lives, there have been a lot of setbacks to women's ongoing progress. And to just name a few, after combating child marriage in Africa, it went back up during COVID. After criminalizing domestic violence and creating laws against it and special programs to shelter women or to punish offenders, it also went back up during COVID. We saw the maternal mortality rate in the United States of America go up after making a lot of progress on women's health. We obviously saw the reversal of Roe v. Wade and the imposition of very draconian laws about reproductive health and abortion in the United States, just in place after place, to say nothing also about the wars that have gone on. And, you know, we thought, again, we were making progress on the conflict front, too. And in places now, like Ukraine, like Sudan, rape is a tactic of war, going after women, particularly women who are outspoken, stand up to oppression. And so, as with any time in human history, there's good news and bad news. And part of our challenge with Vital Voices is to keep pushing forward. Because in some places, it's the very survival of women, the right to survive. In other places, it is the right to have an education all the way through as far as they want to go. In other places, it is having the opportunity to pursue a dream, a job, a business that is still difficult. So it's hard to pick out sort of one thing that needs emphasis. You know, I wrote an article about a year or so ago in The Atlantic where I said, you know, women's rights are now understood to be legitimate and to be an important achievement to continue to pursue. But without power, women's rights are very fragile. And so we need to keep not only talking about rights, but talking about empowering women to make the decisions that are best for them and their families, their communities, their societies. And that's what we keep doing.
Yeah. And Secretary, I want to spend a moment focused here in the U.S. Obviously, it's an area you've worked extensively in, and you mentioned the Dobbs decision, which rolled back Roe v. Wade. Are these rollbacks inevitable? I know the Supreme Court has been a big focus right now with Clarence Thomas. Do there need to be ethics? Do you believe the Supreme Court should have a code of ethics?
I do believe that. Why should they be the only institution in the United States without a code of ethics that is enforceable? The lower courts, the circuit courts, the Congress, people who run for political office, and they have a lifetime appointment. So I'm old enough to remember that there was a Supreme Court justice back in the 1960s appointed by President Johnson, who, it was discovered, had engaged in some financial dealings with a friend, a colleague of his outside of the court, and was forced to resign. So, of course, I think there should be ethical standards, and they should carry some weight, because the daily revelations about what has gone on, particularly with Justice Thomas, but a few others as well, and it should be nonpartisan, not just bipartisan, nonpartisan. There should be a set of standards, and people should be held to them. But I just want to close by saying that I mentioned power, and it still remains the most important power, which is to cast your vote for people who you think will protect your rights. And too many people in our country have failed to believe that or accept that, thinking there's no difference. Well, now we've got one really big difference, and it's the Dobbs decision, and it's the kind of draconian measures that are being passed in a number of states that are right out of Margaret Atwood's Handmaid's Tale. I mean, you can't even imagine the United States in 2023 and the kind of, almost punitive measures that are being put on women's lives and choices.
Thank you. And I want to bring you in, Brenna Hines, because you've done some really important work overseas. I'm thinking of Northern Ireland. You actually played an integral role in that intractable conflict, first by introducing a women's coalition to help resolve it. For the Gen Z in the room, she essentially helped craft the Good Friday Agreement, and actually last month marked 30 years since that civil war passed. So with all of that said, I want to know and get your perspective. Can you speak to coalition building right now? How important is that in the work of women's equity?
It's absolutely essential. And just to start with where Secretary Clinton started, talking about the Beijing Platform for Action in 1995, that was the very first international delegation of Northern Ireland women, and we collaborated together. I remember booking the air tickets, don't tell anybody, with no money in the bank because we had to get them at the lowest prices, and we had to raise the money, the first delegation of women, to go to a massive conference where women's rights are human rights. But we started way back in the 1970s. You know, women leaders of the civil rights movement, women starting a parallel women's rights movement, not just waiting for civil rights, but actually working on women's rights, setting up the first women's centre, out of that spinning women's education projects, other women's centres on both sides of the divide who could then work and collaborate together. And I know with your friend and our friend Ines McCormick and others, women in the labour movement, rape crisis centres, many work, and not just in urban areas, but in rural areas. We are very rich in Northern Ireland in civil society and women's activism. And I suppose if you come to the time of the Women's Coalition, and I want to quote a colleague of mine, Annie Campbell, she said, "The audacity of men thinking that they could sit around the table and decide the future of Northern Ireland without women present." And the women's platform, the Women's European Platform, had been lobbying and arguing for this and challenging parties over a very long time. But there was another reason. Because we wanted the war to end. Because we had seen that previous negotiations with primarily only men around the table had not yielded results. And indeed, when we put out that call to women, because we had years of working as women together and forming collaborations, yes, falling out over feminism, over this issue, over that issue, falling back in, knowing how to trust each other over the many years, and setting our hearts and our minds on a very important goal. Actually, the second part, I have to be careful when I'm doing this internationally, because I'm very aware if I'm working with our friends, in Syria or areas which have not had a long history of civil society, they think, can we not do this? And of course, we can start at any time, and lots of things can be the mobilizing force. But I find in the conflict, the most mobilizing force is that women have been dealing with the effects on the ground of the children and in the communities, and the mobilizing force is to work for peace, and then to actually create the opportunity, find the opportunity, or seize the opportunity. And it was all of that that we did in those days. But there was something very different that women brought to the table, which I think it's important to talk about. When you go in, and Secretary Clinton talked about it in terms of power, when we're in the negotiations, the political parties, the men in the political parties, are focused on the power, who's going to have the power, is it going to be shared, what are the institutions going to be? The men with guns are focused, as we all are, on the security issues, okay? And we as women brought additional issues. We could cope with all those issues and be pathfinders in some solutions, but actually bring additional issues that speak to the future of society. Now, why was that? Because, and I've also seen it in Colombia, because we didn't go in with a zero-sum position. We said, how are we going to lead our position? And we focused on that point that you made about ethics, based on values and principles. And our core values and principles were around equity, human rights, and inclusion of all stakeholders, and being at the table, including people at the table, and going through the dialogue no matter how difficult it was. And I leave you with one thought. Had women not been at the table, it is inconceivable, and I know we were the first women in a peace negotiations, victims and survivors would not have been mentioned in the agreement. And I was asked over lunch, what would I do now? What did we not get right? And it's what I say when I'm working with women elsewhere. When you think you're asking for something that the other parties aren't asking for, multiply it by 100, double it, multiply it by 10 again, because we as women are not asking for enough.
No, that's so powerful. Because women don't just bring themselves to the table, they bring so many others. And also hearing you talk about coalition does not mean we're just getting along. It means we're willing to work through. I do want to turn back to Secretary Clinton briefly here, though, because you said something that struck me, and it was that the men thought they could make decisions without us at the table. And of course, we've been talking about 2024. It's looking like we might have a rematch between President Biden, former President Donald Trump. Is an 80-year-old white man disrupting the status quo as a potential Democratic nominee representing that party?
Well, I think as president, he has disrupted the status quo. And now he has a record that he's running on. And, you know, I was in the Senate for 8 years. And so I have a real understanding of how difficult it was to get accomplished, to get past the legislation that he did. And that legislation, whether it's building, you know, roads and ports and airports and broadband and all the rest of it, or whether it is building the manufacturing of the future with the so-called CHIPS bill, or clean energy, will employ millions and millions of Americans. So the economic investments that are being made because of President Biden's you know, very singular focus on helping us to have the economy of the future is really disruptive. Because, you know, the prior president, he who shall remain nameless, he must have said the word infrastructure 1 million times. Infrastructure, infrastructure, you know. Never did a thing about it. Because it was hard, you know? So talk is cheap, action is valuable. That, to me, is disruptive because we're currently in a period in our country's history where we think we can't get stuff done because nobody will listen and nobody will talk and nobody will compromise and nobody will stay and actually, you know,
do we see
the
that
patient
changing?
work. Well, I think Joe Biden has proven it. I mean, I don't think he gets the credit that he deserves from the press or, you know, maybe some large segments of the people, but literally, he got a lot done in 2 years in very difficult circumstances, including an insurrection at the Capitol to try to prevent him from being president. That is disruptive in the best sense of the word. That is, you know, I know that it's not easy. I know that, you know, a lot of folks didn't vote for me. I know that some people were literally trying to prevent me from being president. I'm going to get up every day, no matter my age, and we're going to get stuff done. I love that.
Yeah, thank you. Umi, I want to bring you in, and I'm so glad you're representing the African diaspora, specifically West Africa, the Gambia. Yeah, I think that deserves a round of applause. And I understand in your advocacy work, you take a very specific approach, specifically when it comes to shifting social norms in your work for women and girls. Can you just break that down for us, first of all, and then talk about how do you go about shifting mindsets and attitudes? I think we can fall into the trap of groupthink. I'm just talking to people who agree with me, but you do the opposite.
Thank you very much. Umi herself is disruptive in nature since at birth. I came from a tribe where the firstborn is expected to be a male. And here came a girl. And I grew up in a situation where I saw my mom being battered, and I had no idea why. I started talking about freedom, justice, equality, when I didn't know the meaning of feminism. Okay. When I didn't know the meaning of feminism. I would crack conversations at school, junior school, with peers and ask about their family settings, if this is something normal. It's something emotional, and I still battle with it. But here I am today, a woman who was battered, having a child, a daughter, who is now a globally recognized activist for women and girls in the Gambia and beyond. I used my mom's experience as a woman of faith, a woman with limited words, a woman of grace, and I worked very hard, attaining myself a university degree by myself when the chances were very slim. In my tribe, the first menstruation is actually the ticket for graduation if a girl is lucky to be in school. I escaped that. It was disruptive, but it came to haunt me when I was 25, and I was graduating with my first degree in the Gambia as the best graduating degree holder in political science and heading to Thailand for a study exchange program. I was seen as too disruptive by my father's extended family. And an unknown man was brought from nowhere. I actually haven't still set my eyes on this unknown man, and I was told to be prepared for a marriage. And I was like, I have co-founded my own organization with my best friend, moving all around the Gambia, speaking to women, mothers and fathers to send their daughters to school. Well, again, this is another slap on my face, but it is not happening. I headed to Thailand, and I told my father, I will send you back to your extended family and tell them that this survivor is not going to be intimidated anymore. It's enough, and I am not going to marry this unknown man. Those extended family members who were pushing the agenda never contributed to my life or to my well-being when I was struggling with my mom as a single mother and my maternal grandmother. I emerged out of that, headed to Thailand, came back and got a scholarship through the Taiwanese government, went to Asia, and it became an issue. I was too much a traveling girl. I was too much a loose girl. The tribe wasn't happy, but they couldn't do much about it because I kept reminding them that you didn't contribute a dime to my well-being, to my education. It is that woman who is silent, who should get the credit about me, but you're not letting her. I moved on, and I focused and invested my energy, my resources, and my time on the girls' agenda, especially from 2015 to date. Almost every government institution in the Gambia, in 2015, when I came from Thailand, I actually wanted to visit them and talk to them about investing on girls' education, their health, and their well-being, using my story as a success story. In the Gambia, I am a household name because of the approach that I take, talking to parents, mentoring children, convincing guardians to send their daughters to school. I use friendly community approaches by using my story as an example that we could actually disrupt the harmful social norms that are affecting the progress of every girl and woman in this country. I will go to communities and speak to community leaders. I will go to community radios and speak to the people. I will speak to my people, bringing myself down to the level that we will understand each other, but making a point that no woman or girl deserves to be disrespected. We all have our equal rights, and we are to be protected, respected, and we should ensure as a society to always promote the well-being of every girl and woman, because if we do, our society will progress. I also continue working with organizations like Vital Voices, I must acknowledge. Giving me this space actually is very disruptive in the global donor community. Young women like myself were not accessing resources. We were not accessing platforms like this. We were not talking to BBC or CNN, sending information out that affect the well-being of girls and young women in our countries. So having a link with Vital Voices, for example, gave me a platform to access Global Fund for Women. That also gave me a platform to access Amplify Change, for example. And we are producing videos talking about sexual violence, talking about domestic violence. These are taboo topics, but we are now using arts. As someone mentioned earlier in the day, we can talk about anything using art. We become the actors and the actresses ourselves. Go to the media, play dramas, play theaters, create the movies that our people will understand. Talking about female genital mutilation, talking about sexual abuse, talking about building girls' leadership. And I am glad to say that over the past 3 years, my organization has produced 600 girl leaders in the Gambia through support that we got from Global Fund for Women. And that support was built through my participation with Vital Voices. Today, as I am seated here, I came with my 2 daughters, Chilel and Jabu will not be mutilated. So your investment for the past 25 years is the product like me, who have decided that my daughters will not be cut like me, and I am using my story of not mutilating my girls to convince my community and my tribe that girls deserve better, girls deserve leadership, girls deserve life skills, girls deserve entrepreneurship skills, girls deserve information about their reproductive health and their reproductive rights to be protected and to earn an education and not to be caught in the name of culture. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you. For those online, there's some standing happening in the crowd. And you said your daughters are here. I think I've seen them. Maybe they can give a wave too, though I think they're very small. You mentioned storytelling, and of course that makes me want to turn to you, Ruchira. In my reading of your work, you've been described as a feminist storyteller who wants to paint hope. For those unfamiliar, you actually had a debut fiction novel last month, so congratulations. Oh, look at that. I Kick and Fly. And I know a lot of your work is centered around human trafficking and preventing that, but why use storytelling, whether through the form of journalism or fiction, to do that? And how can those in the room who maybe do storytelling in their work disrupt through the stories they tell?
Thank you. First of all, I'm just thrilled to be in this room with someone I've admired for such a long time and met again and again at very critical moments. And I just want to give an example of my own life, how storytelling has helped me make a difference in the world that we inhabit today. I was a 20-something kid, and I went to listen to Hillary in Beijing. And I was standing in the rain, and someone gave me an umbrella and said, we can share this umbrella. And then a few years later, I was trekking in the hills of Nepal, just a year later. And I came across rows of villages with missing girls. And I couldn't understand where all the girls were, and I decided to ask the men sitting there and drinking tea, playing cards, and they said all the girls are in Bombay. And I followed the trail and found little girls locked up in small rooms for years, being exploited by multiple men. And as a journalist, as a woman, as someone who'd been to Beijing and seen the unity of women's action and the words that women's rights are human rights, I couldn't believe how this could exist. So I wanted to do something. I decided to tell the story. And I ended up making a documentary called The Selling of Innocence. And that documentary, I won an Emmy for that documentary. And I came to New York, and I was looking at the bright lights and lots of applause. And all I could see were the eyes of the mothers who had told their story in my documentary because they wanted to save their daughters from the same destiny. And Donna Shalala had given me the award. I already had contact with Mrs. Clinton, and they put me in touch with Swanee and Malan. And together there was an instant women's circle who said, you want to make a difference? We are going to help you. And they took me to speak in front of the UN and show the documentary there, and to the US Congress. We created a bipartisan bill, Wellstone and Brownback. And today I can say I played a part with the help of a few friends, and one of them is on stage, who galvanized all this action in the UN protocol to end trafficking in persons, which is now the golden standard for all the countries to change their laws, 160 countries. And part in the passage of the Trafficking Victim Protection Act, the first anti-trafficking law in the United States. And literally, it was the circle of vital voices, which I want to acknowledge. And I want to tell that story because very often when we do the work, we forget the work that our fellow women have helped us do. And then, of course, I went back and set up an NGO to help the girls who the mothers wanted to protect. And again, there was lots of danger. There was patriarchy, men will be men, prostitution is as old as the hills, nothing can be done. And I was trying to get the girls into school and facing a lot of challenges. And I remember Mrs. Clinton came to Calcutta. And even before she went to meet the chief minister in Calcutta, she came to visit our NGO. And I just gave her a photograph of her with a girl practicing karate. And that literally is the essence of my book, I Kick and I Fly, which I've just signed for her, in which a girl, 14 years old, from a nomadic tribe in India, escapes the sex trade by becoming a kung fu champ. And that's why it's called I Kick and I Fly. And the reason, again, I've gone back to storytelling is because I think we have to break the silence around issues which affect our children, but we don't talk to them about. So this book is a young adult's book published by Scholastic. And it's going to trigger a conversation which we need to have because sex trafficking is happening to children our age. But also in schools across America, CDC has just brought out a report which says that teen mental health is a big issue, and the root causes are body shaming, bullying, sexual abuse, food insecurity, homelessness, the same things that I talk about. So this book might be a message in a bottle, but also it's a way of passing the baton on to the next generation. And I'm back again with Vital Voices and with the same group of people to do so. So I'm so thrilled. And I just want to end by just thanking Hillary Clinton for her leadership, not just talking, but walking the talk every step of the way and being there again and again. So thank you. I've written something in it for you.
Thank you. Maria, I want to bring you in here. I mean, didn't I tell you this is a powerhouse panel? A pretty impressive group. So I know your approach to disruption has its roots in restoration and recovery, specifically in Guatemala after a decades-long civil war. And for those unfamiliar with your work, you saw an urgent need for repair and income generation, especially in remote areas. So can you just talk to us about how you've centered infrastructure in your work centering girls and women?
Yes, but first I really also want to acknowledge Secretary Clinton. I mean, we're so proud of you, women all over the world. You are an inspiration. Yeah. Thank you. So I'm I think of the first women that came to Vital Voices. I came here in like 2005, 2004. And I came with a big dream for my country, a country that had been torn by war and where I was looking at women losing their children because they didn't have $5 to feed them or to take them to a hospital. And I came here like with a big dream, but feeling burdened and feeling lonely in my work. And like everybody said earlier today, the first time we sat at a table with the other 16 mentees, and all the Vital Voices women, some of you are here, and you heard our stories, and you supported us, and you believed in us. From then on, I never felt like I was alone in this journey. So I think that's the power of Vital Voices. So yeah, I'm a biologist, but I was in Guatemala, and the women were saying, you know, when you were looking at women burying their children, literally from the war and then from the famine, I would ask them, like, what can we really do that will change your lives? And what they said gave me my to-do. They said, Maria, if you can find sources of income for us, the rest we can do. So I began like wondering how we do that, selling everything. But then, it's been 20 years, it's been 18 years, and we were able to set up a system where we could get women with big dreams in the villages but very few opportunities to become a formal business. Then we set up the Wakami value chain, which would sell products in the world markets, and many women could go through that and get income. And then the women with income, their dreams were not just to have money. They wanted educated kids, healthy kids, kids that went to school. So then we built a platform where we also have girls clubs and scholarships and nutrition programs, so the women can really get the dreams done. And what have we seen after 18 years? In a country where the average school attendance is 4.5 years, for girls it's even less, the Wakami boys and girls have 9 years of school attendance, double the school attendance coming from the most vulnerable community. And in a place where 50% of children suffer chronic malnutrition, we see that the Wakami women, after 1 year of being in the program, 60% of those children start recovering. So when you look at that, the biggest problems of our country are being solved by women with income. I think, how we were trying to find a name for that, and we were thinking it's like the mom effect. You give mom an opportunity, and she will transform the children in her families. And the dream is you give many women a source of income and you change a country. Yes. And being part of Vital Voices just gives me the ability to believe that we can scale and we can go further. So I think businesses that provide opportunities for very vulnerable people are businesses that change the world, and through moms.
Mm-hmm. Maria, thank you. As you're talking about infrastructure, Secretary Clinton, earlier during lunch, we were talking about how in the world today there's so much conflict, right? We're talking about Sudan, Ukraine. And the reality is that even when infrastructure is built, like when we saw the botched US exit from Afghanistan, the infrastructure can crumble. If you were in the White House today, how would you be handling the crises we're seeing right now?
How much time? Look, I think that there's so much going on. It is hard to really figure out everything that should be done. But just in a very sort of brief overview, I fully support what our government is doing in Ukraine. I want the Ukrainians to win. I want them to push the Russians out of their country. I want them to be able to rebuild the infrastructure that has been deliberately targeted by, Putin. And that will require patience. And, we're not living in a particularly patient time. We have a short attention span. People are wanting, to figure out what's happening, move on, keep going. But we have, I think, along with all of our allies, but mostly because of the courage of the Ukrainian people and their leaders, we have been able to see a small country invaded by a very, very large neighbor defend itself. And I think we should do everything we can to help them continue the fight and go on the offensive and try at least to push the Russian troops out of what has been seized last year, and then try to figure out how we can help them rebuild. In Sudan, the United States government, along with others, have been trying very hard to negotiate ceasefires, but the bloodlust is too high. The men that are fighting for power are not ready for a lasting ceasefire. I mean, one of the things that happened in Northern Ireland after 3,500 or so people were killed, there was enough willingness to stop the killing and to have a ceasefire, but it took years to get there. And
do you expect that with Sudan?
In Sudan, I don't know. I think the two men, the head of the military, the head of the militia, are putting everything they have into trying to gain power, and there's going to be a lot of terrible, barbaric, consequences of that. As we heard at lunch from Nazik, Bashir escaped, so he's at large. We've got other countries in the region that are trying to pick sides and arm the side they're in favor of. We've got the Wagner's army, which is the Russian mercenaries that are fighting in Ukraine. They're also in Africa. and they're also picking sides. So this is going to be, I'm afraid, a very difficult conflict to get to a ceasefire that lasts, but we should keep trying, and we should do everything we can. I want to continue to support the women's revolution in Iran, those young women who are on the streets of Iran. You know, I think they will eventually prevail, but they have paid a huge price. The number of, you know, young people killed, thrown into prisons, tortured, sexually assaulted by a regime that has no legitimacy, a bunch of old men hanging on to power. It's disgusting. And so the people, and particularly the young people of Iran, deserve so much better, and we need to do everything we can, which is difficult, to support them. Afghanistan, look.
Could anything have been done differently for that?
Well, after, you know, Trump made the agreement to pull out, I don't think anything was going to happen other than that we were going to pull out. It could have been handled better. I think everybody should recognize that. But it's really tragic. You know, the Taliban showed up in Doha during these negotiations that, you know, Mike Pompeo, then Secretary of State, was leading. And the Taliban said, oh, we're different. We've changed. Oh, of course girls can go to school. Of course. No problem. And if you read the ridiculous document that the United States government under Trump signed with the Taliban, they just bought it hook, line, and sinker because they wanted to get out. And so then Biden inherited that, and it was, you know, a very unfortunate outcome. So we need to do everything we can to try to help the people of Afghanistan, especially the women and children. That's going to be very difficult because, you know, aid is being cut off if women are delivering it. There's lots that we have to figure out how to do to help. So you could literally go around the world. There are so many challenges. But on balance, I think that, you know, the coalition that was put together to help Ukraine was quite an accomplishment. I think the work that's being done to try to bring Asian nations together to stand up against a potential invasion of Taiwan by China, very important. I think that we need to do a lot more work in Africa and Latin America. I don't think that, you know, there was so much, in my view, that wasn't done in the prior administration. We have to do some makeup work there. But we're living in a really complicated time. And we need people to not just be in government and thinking about these issues, but, you know, in business, in the media, citizens, in academia, across the board. Because I know that if we don't stand up for freedom and human rights, we will lose ground. And I don't think we want that to happen.
Yeah. And so I want to end, we got about a minute, so we're going to do rapid fire. Minute with this very small panel of 5 very powerful women. So, Brana, I want to start with you. Asking each of you a slightly different question, but for everyone looking ahead. Brana, where do you see the greatest opportunity for progress when it comes to how we build coalitions?
Well, one of the things I think we have is we have the international frameworks now with the Beijing Platform for Action and the suite of resolutions around women, peace and security. And the solidarity piece is really important. In the depth of our difficulty, having international solidarity from outside was essential. And moving forward, like a good news story when Vital Voices came to Northern Ireland was when I set up Democracy, we had partnerships which managed to turn very few women in our assembly and in our political infrastructure from 14% up to nearly 40%. We're at 37% now. And that's, I think, turning around the management of power. So where I think it needs to happen along with this is I have a lot of faith in you. In the young people in every single country. And those of us need to work in an intergenerational way, supporting young women because you're really sassy. You don't censor yourself the way we maybe used to do growing up. You have our faith and our love and our hope. And I think we need to create that sense of security around them. And those of us who are in opportunities to make it easier within the international frameworks, we need to be doing that so that they can get ahead and do the work in every country.
Umi, I want to bring you in and sort of reframe the question a bit. What does progress look like to you? But also, what do you think the West may be doing wrong when it comes to work on the African continent? What can we be doing better?
Okay. To me, progress is about creating adolescent girl leaders, young women as leaders. My commitment from now to 2030 is the creation of 2,000 young women leaders across the Gambia by constructing something similar to this idea called the Leadership Hub for young women in the Gambia. It is through the grant that we got from the Global Fund through Vital Voices Connection, creating women leaders and sharing that power, ensuring that girls and women are represented on the decision-making tables will be transformative to improve maternal health, to reduce food insecurity, sexual violence, domestic violence, and force leaders to enforce laws such as laws against female genital mutilation and child marriage. How the West can invest more is getting our leaders to work for the people and not for their political positions. Help us rebrand democracy in a way that it doesn't also look like something like a force on us. Working together with us through our institutions, collaboration between the West and the South to ensure that the gains of democracy over the decades are actually sustained in the best interest of the most vulnerable, but also those people that we see as vulnerable are powerful in their own rights when they get the right investment on them and the space are created for us to voice out our needs and we have the abilities to thrive and the sky will be the drawing board.
Thank you. Ruchira, you're an Emmy Award-winning storyteller. Looking ahead, how do we tell stories that best serve women and girls as a group here?
I think tell stories of hope, talk about what we have achieved, what our friends have achieved, what each other has achieved, because often we are gaslighted and we are told you've done nothing, you failed, this is going on, that's bad. But actually we have made huge strides and what we are facing right now is a backlash. So if we don't give up right now, we can achieve a world in which there's full participation of women and girls in everything. Because if not, our democracy will go. Gender digs a trench into our brain into which all other inequalities fall, because it's at home we first realize that it's all right for one class of human beings to order and one to obey, one to get paid for their work and one not. And then we go out replicating the same models of power and looking for a strong head of the state, just like a strong head of the family, who may be right or wrong. So we really have to not give up. We are almost there.
Thank you. Maria, what gives you hope in this moment as you look ahead?
I think we're talking with Elise today, collective dreams. You know, the big gift that Vital Voices, that the women here in the US gave us as women was to learn how much power comes from supporting each other. And that we brought to Guatemala and to Central America. Once I came here, we started with other friends, other women in Guatemala, the Central American Vital Voices Network. And what gives me hope, it's so many of us, women, working with girls, working with generating income, working with getting women on boards. And so it's a movement now, and it all got started here. So the more we are, the faster we will achieve this world in which equality is a key ingredient.
Thank you.
That gives me hope.
And of course, Secretary Clinton, I want to end with you. 2024, no kidding. Where do you think we need to be focusing our efforts when it comes to pursuing a gender equal world, looking forward, looking ahead?
Well, I think you've heard from 4 amazing women who are showing us by their daily actions and their commitments on what can and should be done. And honestly, from my perspective, we just have to keep the energy up to continue to stand and speak out and support women and our men who are allies, who are on the front lines. trying to push forward the kind of opportunities and rights and power that women and girls deserve to have in the continuing pursuit of justice and equality. So honestly, I know we've had a backlash. You're 100% right about that. But that should just stiffen our spine and get us more committed. And I think it's important to keep trying to get more allies, more people who understand what's at risk. I was talking to some women who are in the fight for abortion rights in our country, and all of a sudden, somebody knows somebody who has a miscarriage and they can't get treated because under the absurd laws of the state in which they live, they're told, I'm sorry, we can't treat you yet. Go sit in your car until you're really sick and then come in and maybe then we can treat you. Well, storytelling and then acting on those stories and then motivating people, and I'll end with this, and then turning out to vote in democracies and not leaving it to somebody else to decide who our leaders are. That's what we need to be doing if we're going to stop the pushback and restart all the progress that still lies ahead.
Secretary Hillary Clinton and everyone else, thank you all so very much for your work and for your time.
On this side. It's okay. It's okay. That's okay. Yeah? Okay. Stay, everyone, please. We know you just had a great panel, but this is going to be another great panel, I promise. Woo! Okay. All right. Can we get the room quiet, please, so we can focus on a very, very important discussion coming from Iran and Afghanistan. I'm Zainab Salbi. I'm a very proud member of Vital Voices. I'm also the founder of Women for Women International and Daughters for Earth, and I am from Iraq and have the pleasure of being in conversation with amazing women from Iran and Afghanistan. And I will start with the one on my left, Iranian-American actress and activist Sabida Moafi, and Afghan women's rights advocate Mitra Mehran. We are living in a very important moment in the women's movement, in my opinion, where the agenda of what needs to happen for women in certain countries by the international community are being set by the women of the countries in the countries, sending messages to the international community that we want you and need you to mobilize and support us in this and that way. That is a reverse of a Western-centric agenda that has happened, and I'm not critical of it. It has good and bad. That has happened for so many years. We are now in a new framework, I would say, of the women's movement, and nothing, and no better example, rather, to talk about this than actually what we are talking about in today's panel, which is end gender Apartheid, a movement and a campaign that has been set up by Iranian and Afghan women from inside of Afghanistan and outside of Afghanistan, saying that this is how we need to be treated, and this is what we need the international community to revise and adjust its laws to treat us this way. So before we start, actually, the first question is, and I'll send it to Sabine, is can you explain what gender apartheid really is?
Yes, thank you, Zainab. And thank you all for being here today and holding space for this urgent conversation about gender apartheid. I think we're all acutely aware of the fact that sexism, sexual discrimination, and patriarchy exists everywhere. It certainly exists here. But just in the same way as racism exists everywhere. But there was an official definition for systematic oppression from institutionalized racism in South Africa that defined it as apartheid. That definition caused outside countries to boycott, divest, and essentially shame and isolate the apartheid regime, which helped the internal struggle for non-white South Africans and ultimately led to the toppling of the apartheid regime. Similarly, in Iran, with the Islamic Republic, and Afghanistan with the Taliban, these are two extreme governments that systematically oppress women from institutionalized sexism. And we are long overdue in calling it what it is, gender apartheid. So in many ways, people get confused and think, oh, is this a cultural thing? This is a religious thing. I don't want to get involved. I don't want to overstep here. But these are excuses, arguments that both the Taliban and the Islamic Republic rely on. We have seen over the past few decades, certainly over the past 8 months, in both Iran and Afghanistan, women are sacrificing and risking everything to demand their freedoms. They are pouring their bodies out onto the streets, demanding a right to education, gender equality, bodily autonomy, a right to their freedoms, and they are met with brutal tactics, violence. They are being imprisoned, they are tortured, raped, and even killed. So I think that it's an insult to sort of dismiss this as a sort of cultural norm. It's an insult to these women, and it's an insult to our cultures, which are beautiful and rich. So the point of this campaign is to enshrine these words, gender apartheid, into international law. And this is one way of helping the internal struggle and recognizing through policy and law what these women are going through. For decades, they have been essentially gaslit, abandoned by their own governments, and in large part by the international communities. And so this is a way of standing in solidarity with a legal framework to support it and no longer tolerating any government, organization, or person trying to dismiss this kind of systematic oppression based on some Orientalist notion of culture and religion.
Thank you, Sabina. I want to take it to Mitra because, we talked about culture and, the Western world in general looks at the entire Muslim world as one culture, which is not true. And often the nuances between all the cultures are missed, actually. Still, I want to ask, how are, again, not only to distinguish culture from structural policies that makes what's happening in Afghanistan and Iran particularly unique to have this campaign and gender apartheid. Can you talk about that some more?
Thank you. So one thing that distinguishes what's happening in Iran and Afghanistan is the systematic segregation and discrimination that is not an individual act, but it's a part of governing system in those countries. Mm-hmm. So this gender-based violence is happening everywhere, but it's not part of the government. In Afghanistan, in the past 10 months, around 45 decrees have been issued by the Taliban to limit freedom and basic human rights of women in Afghanistan. Women in Afghanistan are basically dehumanized, which means they don't have access to education, they are not allowed to work, they don't have freedom of movement, they don't have access to services. Similarly in Iran, maybe not that extensive, but access to services and basically in public offices required they wear hijab, right? They don't have the option, the choice. Schools are mass poisoned and government is not doing anything. And many protesters and activists both in Afghanistan and Iran are detained, tortured, in cases raped. And these are not happening on individual basis. They are not acts of violence by a group or by an individual, but it's an institutionalized system, legal system of the governments in those parts of the world. So that's why we need to make sure that that's different, and we need a different response for that. In the laws we have in international community, not the laws and policies or conventions like CEDAW, they do condemn these acts, but none of them criminalize it. So what we ask through Gender Apartheid convention to get approved is criminalize what's happening in those countries.
I'm curious to ask, yeah, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to add to that because, you know, this sort of discrimination, structural discrimination and oppression, it's supported by the legal framework in Iran and Afghanistan. And so Mitra mentioned many examples of laws in Afghanistan and in Iran as well. There is blatant segregation in public spaces, separate segregation in classrooms, segregation in beaches. Women are forced to sit on the back of the bus. A woman's testimony in the court of law is worth half of that of a man's. And so these are not just you know, discriminations that you and I might face on the street. These are supported by the law. And so both regimes rely on this sort of squashing, this sort of domination, the establishment and maintaining domination over women in order to stay in power. And so while in Afghanistan there is a fuller expression or a stronger conclusion of gender apartheid, the components of subjugation and subordination in both countries are very much the same currently.
How did this come about? How did this campaign come about? And I understand there is a very particular focus and aim to accomplish certain things by 2024. Can you speak more to that, both or either one of you?
So as Sapeda John rightly mentioned, the nature of the crimes happening against women in both countries are the same. It's institutional and systematic segregation and discrimination against women. So, and it's a very right time. Women both in Iran and Afghanistan are protesting, demanding justice. And then we thought it's the right time to ask for it. So there are around 100 signatories there. And then some countries, including US Department of State, Canada, Switzerland, have sent inquiries to know how they can engage. Senators and MPs in Canada are reviewing the resolution draft to sign, and then hopefully it become a law if it succeeds by 2024. And then I think this is the right time that it should be recognized for what it is, what's actually happening on the ground. And then there may be some discussions that what's happening there are some, for example, gender persecution is there in other laws, but it's important to notice that what we push for is a complementary to what's already there, but the nature of the crimes happening are different. There are certain things about it. The first one is it gives a legal framework for the world to engage with those countries. In sanctions, yes, there are sanctions against Taliban in Iran, but they are based on other things. None of them address discrimination against women. They are, for example, the basis is not women's right or what's happening against women. It also, I think, comes with a moral responsibility and carries a weight for it that shame other people. And the third thing is now, for example, the gender persecution, other state members cannot act. But if Gender Apartheid Convention gets approved, it enables us to keep other countries, state members of UN who are part of the Apartheid Convention, accountable. So they have to then act pass resolution and agree on policies that are in place to act against what's happening. For example, some countries abstain, some countries don't feel responsible towards what's happening in those countries. But if this is a law, then everyone get responsible to act in their own countries. Third member states then will have the legal obligation to act within their states too. For example, if someone from Iran or Afghanistan travel to one of those countries, then they will be authorized to arrest them for what's happening in those countries, that now we don't have anything as such.
I mean, this is what's so amazing about this, because you're tackling it from a very legal, strategic perspective. This is not a speech someone is giving, and there were uses of gender apartheid back in the 80s, but it's just a speech. But you are actually, this is a group of women's rights and human rights and lawyers who are coming together and saying this is what how we want to tackle it. Can you tell us more about how it started?
Yeah, I mean, this is a group of dissidents and human rights leaders from within these two countries who we're taking all of our cues. I mean, I'm just a microphone. I mean, Mitra has a lot more lived experience than I do, but I'm a microphone here, and I'm just here to amplify the demands of what these women are asking for within, because their voices have been silenced for far too long. And so why now? Yes, this should have happened decades ago. This has been going on for far too long. But there is a certain momentum that we are trying to ride right now, and the connection between the dissidents inside, the human rights leaders inside, and diaspora dissidents, human rights groups and lawyers and leaders around the world has never been stronger. And so yes, this was a demand coming directly from inside, and the goal again is to push governments to expand the legal interpretation of apartheid to include not only racial hierarchies but gender hierarchies. But beyond the international legal arena, I think this is a huge opportunity for us to shift the paradigm with regards to how we relate to these countries, how we relate, to these regimes, the oppressors, as opposed to the people inside, the oppressed. This is an opportunity to elevate our collective consciousness so that moving forward, no matter what, any time the Taliban or the Islamic Republic is mentioned, their identities are forever bound, forever shackled to the words gender apartheid. And words matter. Definitions matter. And so I'm hopeful, I think everyone is hopeful that we will be able to create a ripple effect and create a tsunami of change, not just inside Iran and Afghanistan, but a huge step forward in dismantling the global systems of patriarchy.
I mean, what's so amazing also is like how strategic, as I said, women are fighting back. And there are two stories in the last 3 years, basically. The evacuation of the International Committee from from Afghanistan, that's, how do I say it, betrayed Afghan women maybe, or just sacrifice or women's rights in Afghanistan. And then we have the historical women-led revolution for the first time in modern times, not beyond the region, beyond Iran, that women lead a revolution centered around women's rights, and men and everyone else joined them, basically. So we have the momentum for me is also very significant in these two incidents, where women are fighting back from within these countries, and they need our support. Mitra, can you tell me what's happening since the campaign launched? The campaign is only launched on March 8th this year. This is amazing. It's still a young campaign, however, got great momentum and great press. Can you tell us what has happened since?
I think the good thing is there is a lot of more discussion there, and then the term is more used more often, and hopefully it become more prominent and exist in literature too, because we have seen many papers out there. But as I said before, attention around it is amazing too. because different countries are, especially their authorities, are interested to join. And then the Canadian MPs and senators are showing interest. I think they are reviewing the convention, the resolution draft. Hopefully they sign it. And then there are many papers coming out, and a group of gender experts and international lawyers are working on it to submit the resolution draft. Which hopefully it gets the vote it needs. But before that, I think our friends are working hard to make sure the parliament members in different countries see the draft resolution and put it there for their parliaments to review and talk about it. But at the same time, a large group of women, of course, both who are here, who try to amplify the voices of inside, are there. But even if you go to the website and you don't see the name of many women because of the security risk, you don't see many protesters' name from Afghanistan and Iran, but they have many of them signed, and even some wanted to take the risk and and their names be there. But we made sure that all caution is enough there, that we put them not at risk. But even if you don't see the names, there are a large number of women protesters who have signed it and continuously talk about it.
Thank you. And I know also, actually, just to add to that, I know there has been a great press for that. The Guardian has covered it as an example. I know public figures like Graça Machel has signed in, and Elif Shafak and V, and women from Turkey and from South Africa and different countries around the world really showing up and joining. Sabine, what can everyday women here, not everyday women and women activists do? And to take it back to my opening, this is like we are in a shifting stage of the agenda being set by Iranian and Afghan women rather than by women in the Western world, right? How can they support? We need everyone's support. We need the global women's movement, but there's also fear that this cannot be seen as a Western set agenda. Or how can everyone here and beyond be supportive of that while understanding and respecting the politics of it?
I mean, it's pretty clear, as we both mentioned, these demands are coming from within. They're not saying, as many people have said, and the person who pops up in my head is renowned human rights activist Masih Alinejad says, we're not asking you to save us, you're asking us to stop saving our oppressors. And so this is key in moving forward with all of this. Every single one of us using whatever platform, whatever room, whatever connection we have to bring this issue up. And this is such a beautiful campaign because, as you said, it's supported with, legal, it's not just an emotional campaign of like, these are our demands. This is led by human rights lawyers. You know what I mean? They are the ones who are charging us forward here and giving us our marching orders, really. And so one thing that we can all do today is go to the website endgenderapartheid.today. Again, that's endgenderapartheid.today. And you can read more about what we're talking about here. Every question you could possibly ask, I'm pretty sure, is included on this website. You can read the list of signatories, and you can also add your name. And this is an effective way of keeping on top of what's happening with this campaign. And as simple as this sounds, it might sound silly, but really just even doing a Google search every week, Iran, Afghanistan, and looking at what the latest headlines are, following human rights activists or lawyers or groups. One of my dear friends and mentors, Roya Burumand, is here, who's rolling her eyes at me. And she runs the Abdurrahman Burumand Center, Iran Rights Center, and they have been doing this work documenting the Islamic Republic's crimes against humanity for decades now, getting involved with the organizations that have been doing this work for a long time. But again, it's put simply, and all the information you need is on the website endgenderapartheid.today. And really, like you said, this is about chasing and generating more momentum from what's already there. And the momentum is only there because we keep it visible. We continue to amplify. This has been happening, these uprisings. I'll speak for Iran just for a moment. this has been happening for decades. The first uprising came days after Khomeini took power, when he required women to, he put the mandatory, the hijab mandate in the workplace for women, and it was on International Women's Day in 1979, March 8th, that more than 10,000 women stormed the streets and marched for their bodily autonomy. So this has happened throughout decades. In 1999 it happened, in 2009, and in 2019. But what we see here today is the first movement in Iran where women are so openly at the forefront of what many people are calling a woman-led revolution. Often in the past, women in any circumstance, but particularly in uprisings, they are told, they're scooted to the sidelines and said, we'll get to your issues later. But it's actually the women now who have been teaching the world about the intersectionalities of gender equality, the plight of ethnic, religious, and sexual, and other marginalized groups who are fighting for basic human rights and dignity. And this is all sort of encapsulated in the slogan, the Kurdish slogan, which has become sort of the battle cry for this revolution, Jen Jian Azadi, woman, life, freedom, the first word being woman. So I think that says it all. This is not a matter of what is happening there. This affects all of womanhood, and we've seen and felt the rollback of our own rights here. And again, it's just in Afghanistan, in Iran, these are just fuller expressions of this sort of systematic oppression, domination over women, and it's up to all of us to rise up and stand in solidarity together.
That's beautiful. Mitra, take us more to the global context. Beside the legal strategy, what are you really hoping to achieve in terms of more immediate international responses?
Adding to what Sapita John said, amplifying the voice is very, very key. And one more thing you can do is write a letter to your senators and and to your MPs, because they are the ones that are gonna make a decision at the end of it. Global responses, just hear from the women inside Iran and Afghanistan. They are taking the risk, facing gunshots, but making sure to be on the street. Even media cannot cover their protests. They take videos with their phones, put it in social media, or message it to us, we can put it out there. If they are accepting that level of risk just to voice what they want, it's our moral and ethical obligation to hear from them. I think it's not fair that we make a decision for them for whatever reason we believe is right, first. Second, I think whatever decision or foreign policy countries have at this time should be women-centered, because their voice is loud, their demands are very clear, so it is the very first thing that everyone should do is listen to what people are demanding in those countries, right? If they say this is not our culture, if they say we don't accept this law, or if they say we don't accept this religion, or not interpretation of this religion, we should listen to them. Because so far, I think for the political interest of many countries, rights and human dignity of women in those countries are being sacrificed. We should give them the choice, and that only happens if we listen to them. It doesn't take a lot of time. Not everything is very clear, as Sapita John said, if you just Google what's happening. They make sure they put it out there, even if media is not covering it. Media is afraid basically to go to streets with women, but they are taking the risk in going there. So I think globally, it's the right time that the world listen to women in Afghanistan and Iran.
Yeah. I have to say, as a woman who is from the region, neither from the Afghanistan or Iran, but from the region, I think the most dangerous thing is if the Western world lifts its hand and says, this is too complicated, we do not understand these Muslim countries, we do not understand, this is their culture. And I hear it in politicians' statements, frankly, in America and otherwise. I hear it in everyday statements, oh, these Muslims, we don't. I think what we need is courage to show up and to support what women from the regions and from these particular two countries are saying. And this could be a game changer if we actually pass a law on ending gender apartheid. It has an economic consequences, political consequences. So first, don't be shy. Like, this is not the time to be afraid of how do we support. The second is, and I'm like speaking to the choir in here, I am a believer in the hearts of my hearts in the power of women uniting and getting the job done. I've seen it over and over and over again. I've seen it in Vital Voices and Women, all the women's organizations. It's like but particularly, honestly, I have to give credit to Vital Voices and also mobilizing so much in so many different examples. So this is the time I have, like, we're asking everyone to join, sign, call, do everything, and educate, I would say. Like, we're being educated of what it means to be a woman from these regions. That this is not our culture, actually. No, this is not our religion either, and that these are very particular interpretations of all of these things, and they're meant normalized.
And they are set, these cultural standards are set and determined, defined by men.
Yeah.
Culture is elastic. Culture evolves and grows. And so, yes, all of our cultures might be dissimilar. They might not be the same, but we have to listen to the people who are determining what the cultural norms are. They are men who are telling us that women want to be oppressed. And that just, in all of our bodies, I don't think that feels right. So, as a mentor of mine said, we cannot tolerate for them what we would not tolerate for ourselves.
I want to end with Mitra. Any last word on, like, what's at risk if this doesn't pass? If gender apartheid becomes normalized?
Dehumanization of women in those countries, which already are. And if you think things doesn't get worse, then you are wrong. It can get worse at cost of having millions of women in those countries live without human dignity, and allowing extremists with their own regimes to dehumanize women. So I think that's the word I want to say and ask everyone to sign the Gender Apartheid campaign and join us for amplifying their voices.
Yeah. I believe we can do it with your leaderships and your support. I believe we can do it, and with everyone's support and pushing from the front or the back. It doesn't matter how we push. And before we end, I want to bring three amazing guests: Nazim Azimi, Abdul Quddus Hafizi, and Mitra Khamush, I hope. I'm so sorry. I apologize. I'm from the region and I'm not saying it correctly. Who painted a mural and who just finished the mural. They're Afghan artists who recently came from Afghanistan, from the organization Art Lords, who unfortunately had to evacuate. But the organization has been established of grassroots artists, volunteers since 2014, and they just did these murals for Afghan and Iranian women. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, and bless you for this. And the art is for me, is the most important frontier to keep the story going in so many ways. My mom used to say, when the artist dies, all else dies, but I see that you are alive and alive and alive. And I believe that we are all part of the one. When one of us is harmed, we are all harmed, and one of us is helped. We create the path for all of our help. So thank you for creating that path for all of us, and thank you for this amazing work, and thank you for your amazing work. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bravo, bravo.
Hi there, everyone. Well, we still have another panel discussion, so thanks so much for sticking with us. We're going to turn now and talk about the ongoing crisis in Sudan. For a brief update on what's happening, please welcome Saba Gori. She's the Vice President of Global Networks and Regional Engagement at Vital Voices.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so honored to be joined by human rights defender and a long-standing Vital Voices network member, Nazika Caballo. Nazik is the director of Sudanese Women's Rights Action, a network of local Sudanese women's rights defenders and activists. She has been a long-term partner of Vital Voices through a collaboration that we've had with the Global Fund for Women and the State Department. Thank you so much for being with us, Nazik.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm really eager, and I think the whole audience is really eager to get your perspective on the events that are unfolding in Sudan. But I first want to share just a very brief bit of background for those who aren't as familiar with the situation. Just about 3 weeks ago, a rivalry between two top military and paramilitary generals erupted into warfare. More than 500 people have already been killed, tens of thousands have been injured and forcibly displaced. Chaos has erupted in the city of Khartoum. Ceasefires have been broken. The city of Khartoum has water and electricity shortages, limited food and fuel. Majority of the hospitals are closed. And this current crisis, which is increasingly being called a civil war, comes 4 years after Omar al-Bashir and his authoritarian regime were ousted. Women leaders, such as Nazik actually, were instrumental in that 2019 popular movement that led to al-Bashir's removal and have long championed efforts for democracy and to establish a civilian government. In fact, it's often been called the women's revolution. Yet we look at the news and we don't hear anything about what's happening, anything about the role that women have been playing. So today we're going to and hear from Nazik about this situation. First, I'd like to just start off with if you could share with us a little bit of background on what's happening currently on the ground in Sudan.
Thank you for Vital Voices, and thank you for you, Saba, for having me here today. Sudan is a country that has been living under instability for over the last 50 years. But in the last 5 years, as Saba has said, in 2019, there was a revolution that actually ousted a 30-year regime of militarization and fundamental Islamists. And women were definitely the frontliners who were defending democracy in Sudan. And they were defending democracy because they were the first victim of the former regime. And every woman who took the streets in 2019 was feeling that this is her personal cause. Because women were not able to wear trousers on the streets, will not able to work late night. We had our own version of Taliban, basically, in Sudan for 30 years. And in 2019, Sudanese women, 70% of protesters, some estimations says they were women. In 2019, after protests, killing of hundreds of people, rape of over 300 women, while protesting, we have succeeded in creating a transitional democratic government, and we were very hopeful that this will go on and we are rebuilding our country again. I am one of the people who I took my organization to work back in Sudan in the period between 2020 until 2021. But in October 2021, we have been faced by a military coup. That ended and shattered most of our dreams of democracy. Sudanese women did not stop protesting. We have been always the first to alarm the whole world about the ambitions of the military to take over power. We have issued statements, protested inside Sudan, outside Sudan, saying that our democracy is at risk, which is equal that women's rights in Sudan is at risk. Because in Sudan, as women, we do believe that militarization and Islamization is the biggest enemy of our freedoms and biggest enemy of our rights as women. And actually, everything we have ever said is just proven to be true day after day. In October 2021, after the coup, women started to go out to streets again. Women have been in protest for the last 15 months. Sudanese women were protesting weekly everywhere in Sudan. Everywhere in Sudan, we have over 20 women who have been killed. We have dozens of women who have been injured in the last couple of years just defending democracy and calling for ending of the militarization. In April 15, as Sabah here said, we woke up, I think it was like 10 o'clock in the morning in Khartoum time, and unfortunately, people were starting their days normally. There were children in schools, people are at their work, and boom, the explosion. The first week of the war, we had 250 children trapped in school for 5 days without food, without water, and the shelling was just over their heads, and no one was able to evacuate them. Yeah. Not the Red Cross, no one. We are right now, for the last 3 weeks, facing one of the most vicious wars maybe in our times, an urban war where civilians are trapped and being used as human shields by both parties. And women are the first victims of this war right now. Politically, what I can say right now is that both parties, which is the Sudanese military and the Rapid Support Forces, which is a militia that was created by the former regime, which was formerly known as Janjaweed, and has a very bad record of violations against women. They committed mass rapes in Darfur, and the Janjaweed are the worst fear for any woman in Sudan. And right now, the most, the ironic thing is that they are selling themselves as protectors of democracy. This is what their leader is saying in TV shows, that I am the protector of democracy, while we are receiving reports every day of women being raped inside Khartoum and other areas by his men. So I think that what's happening in Sudan, unfortunately, is a total state collapse, and we are at risk for that 45 million people of Sudan. They are going to be living in a stateless situation where there is no actual government. We don't have any services that is working at the moment. Nothing is working, no electricity. No, my family, I was just talking to my sister-in-law in Sudan. She was saying that we did not have running water for the last 20 days. Yeah. One of my WHRD's colleagues was saying that my biggest dream right now is just to have a shower.
Yeah, just a horrible, horrible situation. I'm so sorry that you're having to go through this right now, and that the people of Sudan are experiencing this. Going back to kind of like the revolution and the uprising. So would you say that in the current context as well, that women are being particularly targeted?
Yes, definitely. Unfortunately, just 1 week after the war, the prison where all of the former regime leaders, including the former president Omar al-Bashir, was broken into, and all of them have escaped. So, and they went out and starting threatening all of the leaders of the revolution against them. So there is a preparation for retaliation campaigns against all of the democracy supporters and protesters, leaders, and that's of course including lots of women leaders who are at serious risks. So many women activists, women human rights defenders have been receiving threats recently. So the situation for women is actually doubled. They are facing sexual gender-based violence. They are facing threats because of their activism. They are targeted because they are women. So I think this is an unprecedented crisis for Sudanese women that we are facing right now. A militarized state is the worst thing that could happen to a women movement. A women movement that was rising, that was fighting for democracy, that was actually making progresses. In the 1.5 years of democracy, we have been able to starting to achieve lots of progress in terms of achieving women's rights. We started to make sure that in the constitution we have 45% of political participation. We started to building process of peace where women are participating inside the negotiation tables, which is something that is very rare in our continent. So there was a lot of progress, legal reforms of the Sharia law that is limiting guardianship on women, for example, giving lots of more freedom for women to live their life freely as wives, as daughters. So there was like lots of progress that we have lost. And that is really, if showing anything, that's what we have done in just less than 2 years. When we look at it, we really feel sad because the time that we are wasting in the last 15, 16 months is fighting against the military, that would have created lots of progress in women movement and women's rights. So that's why I'm saying that militarization is the most vicious enemy for women movements.
Nazik, thank you so much, and I really wish we had more time, but I want to kind of end the conversation with one final question, really. You know, this conflict is not getting enough media attention. Can you underscore, talk to us a little bit about why this conflict is so important for the region and in the world, and what would you like the audience to keep in mind? What would you like the audience to leave the room with?
The first thing that I want to say that your role here, everyone here in this room, is to amplify our voices as women. And I hope that's what I'm saying right now is going to get more heard by your networks and your connections. Because we women are the highest voice calling for peace in this chaos that we are living in Sudan right now. Men are just grabbing up their arms and trying to extend the fighting, actually. So we are really alone, and we really need the solidarity of feminist movement, of women movement around the globe to support Sudanese women in every way so they can be able to stand also within Sudan and protect their dreams of democracy and call for peace and build peace. And the other thing that we really need at this moment is to push all of the international actors to push the fighting parties inside Sudan to sit down into the table and make a commitment for ceasefire and humanitarian corridors that can actually save lives urgently. The international community also need to take actions in terms of providing humanitarian aid. Unfortunately, even before the war, we had 15 million Sudanese who were in acute need for humanitarian support. And now 45 million. So the world really needs to take action now before we are facing a famine in Sudan because of this war as well. The last thing that I really want to say is that in conditions like what's happening in Sudan, I think you in the West, in United States and Western country, when you choose your leadership wisely, you contribute into the protection of women's rights, of democracies in other parts of the world. So please take your action, use your leaders wisely, so women and their rights and their freedoms could be protected within their context also. So please take actions that makes your decision makers more aware also of what's happening there, because this is one of the key issues that is really can make it or break it and really make a difference in contexts like Sudan. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And this is not the end of the conversation. We're actually going to have a longer conversation tomorrow, day 2, on women in crisis, and Nazik will have an opportunity to share more of her thoughts. And please check out our website. We have a crisis response update on what's happening in the situation in Sudan and how you can support, how we can amplify their voices. You know, just being here reminds us that how important this network of women really is. We all have to stand together to support one another, whether we're from Iran, Afghanistan, Ukraine, Sudan. We are here as sisters to support one another.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us again. So we're going to now turn to a topic that we're all familiar with, for better or worse, and that topic is disinformation, the rise of disinformation, and what's now being called digital authoritarianism or dictatorship. Our expert panelists are going to share their perspectives on what's happening and what exactly we can do about it. To guide this conversation, please join me in welcoming Vital Voices Vice President of Issue Advocacy, Madeleine Albright. Thanks.
Good afternoon and welcome. It's an honor and a privilege to invite very important women from our network on stage, literally at the front lines of this battle, in what they're experiencing and the solutions they're hoping to find. I'm going to start with Alina Popova from Russia. She has been currently termed a foreign agent by the Russian government, can't really go back home, has had all her assets seized. And the story begins when a successful tech businesswoman decides to become a politician. Alina, tell us a little bit about your story.
Yeah, I have 2 degrees as a journalist and as a lawyer, now as a lawyer. I was the founder of Startup Women and the copycat of Crunchbase. We called it Startup Fish in Russia. I was very successful, and I truly believe that we need to involve more women in tech sphere to influence our future, to be the leaders of the future. And in 2011, I decided that I want to be a politician, to involve more women into politics, to play the leading role in politics. And I ran for office. It was my first race. I ran for office. I lost. I wasn't elected, but it was the most innovative campaign. It was mentioned by Russian media as the most innovative campaign. And even 18-year-old girls, they voted for the first time for me and for the list of our, candidates. Then police broke my arm. Because I decided to participate in protest movement because there were a lot of falsifications during our elections. They beat me and they broke my arm, and it was like a huge mass media discussions about what was going on with the violence, police violence during our protest rallies. When I ran for office for my second time, it was 2014, and my friend was beaten by her husband. And I was in shock because I didn't know that we have 16 million victims of domestic violence per year in Russia. 16 million victims per year. And it was like a great shock for me because she called me, and it was like the middle of my campaign, and I saw her body with a lot of scratches, hematomas, she was pregnant. And she said, you don't need to do anything because it is my fault. Don't touch him, it is my fault. And then I met Marina Pisklakova-Parker, you saw her today, and I asked her, Marina, what do you think, what can I do to protect the victims of domestic violence? And Marina suggested me, she said, maybe you need to be a lawyer. And I got my second degree as a lawyer, and I became the co-author of the law against domestic violence. And we were fighting for this law for more than 8 years now. And we were campaigning, we organized a lot of digital campaigns for this law. We collected more than 1 million signatures for that law. And I ran for office again in 2021. I was very successful because I was the leader in my electoral district. Mm-hmm. And I collected all my money. I fundraised all my money just with the help of Instagram. No one believed that I can do that because all my accounts were blocked by our official authorities. I was highly oppressed. I was followed by our law enforcement, and I got a lot of threats like, we kill your family, we kill your kids, we know who you are from, many conservative aggressive groups, men groups of our country, protected by our official authorities for sure. But I decided that I could win because I need to involve more women in politics. And I was donated, my main donors were women from all over Russia. And I fundraised the hugest fund among all the oppositional leaders in Russia, and I ran for office. And I was so happy because after my election campaign, I announced that we need to support more women, we need to fundraise, we need to donate them, we need to involve more women in tech, we need to use tech platforms to support women and to encourage them, to inspire them to be the leaders. And when the war was started, I was very vocal against this war because I have my relatives in Ukraine and because I am against all this type of violence, especially the wars. And I was labeled as a foreign agent, as an enemy of people, as an enemy of state. And I am the civil defendant in 5 criminal cases now. And I will have, if I cross the border with Russia, I will have approximately 25 to 35 years in prison.
So it starts with physical violence. Mm-hmm. It then kind of goes online. It becomes a sustained campaign online. And then it just keeps escalating until you have no choice but to leave, right? So, Nesara, this is obviously not something that only women politicians face. We're seeing it across the board, whether you are a journalist, whether you are a lawyer, a human rights lawyer. I think you kind of symbolize about how much more violent it gets online when you come from a marginalized community or you come from a group that people are trying to keep in its place. You're a transgender activist in India, which has very dodgy kind of rules for this space. So tell us, what was your experience like and how debilitating was the online violence and how did it affect your work?
Online violence has always been there, you know. For me, it was so traumatizing because I come from a traumatizing transition. Transition itself is not easy in India. It's so traumatizing. You don't know whether you'll come out of it alive. And after that, I was just helping other women transition, and I get a slurry of messages like, we're going to kill you, we're going to chop you off and throw it in the garbage. I'm sorry for there will be a lot of triggers in this, my talk, because that's how it is. So I was traumatized by this thing, and so much so that for a very long time, I was anonymous. I used, even for press conferences, I used to wear a mask because I was so scared. You know, I was so scared for so many years. And slowly I learned to just ignore them. And I took off the mask one day. And now I'm not very scared of them because these days I also know that most of them are not people but ChatGPT. You know, it's AI because they've just learned from people, you know? So, okay, you're a bot. But what fears me is what it does to my community, because that's way more dangerous. So every day there is disinformation against trans people. They just come, we are monsters and all that. But I'll just pick 2. One is that affects the community, one that affects the society. One is the regret. The transgender people regret their transition, you know? Scientifically, there have been so much research on it. There have been so much meta-analysis and research on it, and the regret rate is 1% of transgender people who go through transition. 1% of them have, some of them have major regret, some of them have minor regret. That's a small percentage of people. But the way it is presented, that a vast majority of trans people who go through transition regret. And to prevent this, there's so much gatekeeping that is done for trans people to access healthcare. You have to talk to a psychologist for 6 months, you have to get sane, you know, that you're sane certificate and all those things. And I'll give you one example of a person that I've been talking, I talk to a lot of transgender people just to give them strength. So I'll give you one example. So this girl is Ratna. She is trans, and she lives in a private space as trans in her room. She calls herself a trans name with me and people who know her. She voice trains herself. She wears women's clothes, and she even she even talks to men as in a female voice. That's what we do. But and to top it all, she's a doctor. She's a doctor. She knows everything about it. But still she fears regret because she thinks a majority of transgender people regret. She fears that she will regret her decisions. But regret is not something just for her. You know, I too have regretted at a point in my life, my transition. Because transition is not easy. You lose a lot. But still, you want to transition because that's what you are. You know, the transition is not that makes you regret, but the society around you makes you regret. How it does that? It will take, there is no easy way to change your gender, to legally change your gender. It strips you off from all that you legally are. Your name, your citizenship, your degrees, your everything that you are. And only thing that you can do is either beg or do sex work on the streets. I was there. One day I was just in the street sitting and I was just thinking, okay, what should I do? I have no money to eat. And I was contemplating either begging or sex work. And then I saw a cow eating from the garbage. Because in India, a cow is holy, you know? And so are trans people, because we are holy and we can bless people. But that cow is also left to eat garbage on the street. And I, as a trans person also, have been left to not earn anything for myself, to pick from the garbage. And then the cow doesn't have any existence, legal existence. It doesn't have a degree, it doesn't have a name, it cannot prove its citizenship. So was I, sitting there, just like that cow in this land called India, with no legal name, no all the degrees that I've earned, nothing. And I was there. And a friend of mine, the best friend, told me, just tape your breasts and go as your previous self. Go and get a job. I could not, because that's not who I am. I want my transition, but I regretted my transition because of the society, the disinformation that has made the society fear us. Now coming to the society, there's this huge campaign. It's basically, we are used as pawns by politicians, and it feels like everyone around is transitioning, you know? But the legal statistics the actual statistics of transgender people is in developed countries where there is freedom to transition is 0.3%. And it somehow seems to people that we as transgender people are on a mission to sterilize every child in this world, you know. We want to get into every house and make sure that every child wants to be trans. But that's not it. Even with all the coming out that has happened in the recent years, the statistics is 0.3%. It's not something that's
overwhelming numbers.
Yeah, overwhelming.
But it's the environment that has been created for distrust, right?
Yeah.
So Paulina, tell us, explain this landscape to us, explain what's going on, why is it going unchecked? We know that the more women in marginalized communities are kind of separated, you know, and find the pressure so much and start to get off the leadership journey, the political journey, the citizenship journey, that our democracies are going to suffer. And we know that's happening. So give us a sense of what this landscape is and how and what is the first line of defense.
Well, first of all, I'm honored to be here with these women. I mean, it's amazing, and it's very interesting what happens, because as you were putting it, is society what make them go through this. I mean, we work on disinformation in my organization, and one of the many things that we do is to develop programs for women to develop more resilience to combat disinformation. And that's not the core of the problem. The core of the problem is not understanding two big issues. The first one is the lack of regulation in big tech and social media. Every time I talk to regulation, I talk about rule of law. Usually they say, well, freedom of speech and sanctions and all that stuff, and that's not the reality. That's not the case. And this is probably something that the big tech companies and social media platforms are incepting in our brains to prevent regulating. That's the first thing. The other part is the impact of disinformation on democracy, and that's exactly what they're doing. They are not, unfortunately, they're affecting these women on a personal level, but what they're trying to do is portray them as unfit for public life. And with that portrayed of delegitimization of your rights or preventing you for being politically active in your country, what they're actually doing is trying to destabilize democracies. And we know now that we're a very precarious condition because there are less countries than ever that have a democracy. So that's what it goes in check, basically. First, because we have a ton of foreign influence, and the best way to destabilize a government or a country is actually affecting women's rights. And with that, what we can do is saying, well, these women are not fit for public life because, again, they're transgender and they wanted to sterilize every single child. Or guess what? They are changing the landscape of domestic violence, and they're actually affecting their interest in that country. And I mean, you might think that I'm talking conspiracy theory, but this is reality. What China and Russia, some of the examples that I can talk about, are doing in our countries is incredible. And no one does anything, again, because when we talk about regulation, we get scared. But when we look at social media platforms and how these are managed everywhere, they are an industry like any other industry. So why is that governments are actually turning around and not doing anything? And that is the real problem, and that's the real complexity of this issue. That what they're doing maybe is saying, well, guess what? My country, Chile. I'm originally from Chile. Last year we had a conventional constitutional process that it was hijacked by disinformation. And when you look at the particulars of those disinformation campaigns, they're very much tied up to economical interest from other countries. Housing, health rights, pension rights, water. So they derail an entire process that had begun with an uproar in Chile in 2019, and we are again stuck and starting a second process where again there is no regulation to combat and prevent disinformation. And that happens in Latin America, it happens in Asia, it happens in Russia, and a bunch of other places. And it's very difficult to see how we're going to move forward if we don't have a multi-pronged, multi-level, multi-layer approach to resolve it.
Thank you,
Not good
Paulina. Nima, this is your first term as a Member of Parliament in Tanzania, 2.5 years into your term. And you're hearing your women colleagues talk about how it's just too much, how the online violence they face is a price they're not ready to pay. And the reason that Vital Voices really got involved in this also is because we started to see that more and more women were willing to step off the leadership journey because they did not want to they didn't know how to navigate the space, let's put it that way. So let's talk solutions, Nima. Tell us about what you're planning with your African parliamentarian sisters.
First of all, thank you so much for having me. It's a great honor and pleasure to be here. As you rightly said, I think oftentimes when we're talking about online abuse or when we're talking about victims, very rarely do people think of women in politics, let alone women parliamentarians, because it's assumed that we're already women of power, women of influence. And it's actually to the point that even when you see a female parliamentarian being trolled and abused online, you'll be shocked that almost nobody comes to their defense. Nobody speaks for them or nobody calls it out, as opposed to when it's happening to other groups of women. Why? Because society has kind of conditioned it that once you get into politics, you deserve all you get and you should have thick skin to deal with it. Now, if I very quickly talk about statistics, in Tanzania we have about 143 female parliamentarians, but I can tell you for a fact, probably less than 2% are active on Twitter, and probably maybe less than 3 to 4% are active on Instagram. You can already see the magnitude of online abuse, what it's doing to women in politics. It's making us opt to self-censor. Now, the detrimental fact of that is if we are not online, what happens? Our own visibility is limited. Our chances of getting re-elected is limited. Our chances of moving from reserved quota to constituencies is limited. Our chances of getting our political parties to nominate us for different positions, elected position is difficult. But the worst of it all, so many organizations like Vital Voices, you aim to increase the number of women in politics, to increase the number of women in leadership. But if a young girl, a woman, an aspirant, is seeing a member of parliament being ridiculed, abused, would they want to get into politics? No. So not only are we shying away from it, but even the newcomers are also being blocked. You asked solutions. Myself, first of all, I'm so grateful to being part of the Vital Voices VV Engage Fellowship, because it has also truly empowered me and further kind of gave me the confidence and the know-how that this is my calling. I have experience on being active online before being a parliamentarian, and once being a parliamentarian, it's two different worlds. And I want to see more women online, more women in politics online, because we are doing incredible work, but it's not visible. So one of the ways is legislation. We need to make sure that we go through legislative reforms, particularly the legislations that have mandate over politics. So for example, Political Parties Act, Election Act. Most of these acts don't recognize online abuse. But for example, in Tanzania, they recognize gender-based violence. And there are certain types of offenses of gender-based violence. They can get a candidate removed from candidacy list. So what we are trying to do right now in Tanzania is to make sure that these two laws also recognize online abuse. And that is something that I'm grateful to yourself, Manira, and to Elise, something that we've been trying to talk about how to do that. But I think the other issue is it's important to also get our voices as women leaders to discuss these issues and to exchange and navigate with our colleagues and peers and people we aspire to from the global north, so that this is known that the issue of online abuse, yes, on women it's good, but on women in politics needs to be recognized. It needs to be recognized and it needs to be given special attention to it because of the detrimental impact it has.
We are kind of out of time, but I'm going to split the last question to the two tech superstars. Tell us what you think AI can do in this whole space. Is there hope for it? Could it be used for good? So that's to Elena and you, Paulina, and we're going to have a second question for Nesara and Nima.
Yeah, well, first of all, what you're saying is absolutely true. The issue of normalization of disinformation and any online gender-based violence is tremendous. Women think, and women themselves think that because I'm in politics, I need to have a thick skin. or this is just part of the equation in politics with crying. The issue of artificial intelligence opens a whole new can of worms that starts with the lack of regulation, for sure, and the lack of recognition by big tech companies and social media platforms that this is a huge issue that they're helping to disseminate, to continue endlessly. And so one of the main things that we have to do is to start looking at, for example, a good example such as the Digital Service Act in Europe. It's not the panacea, and there are a lot of things that need to be corrected, but it's a starting point where governments are dialoguing with social media platforms in order to see what can be done. So that's a big component of what we have to do. Second is really learning and knowledge sharing. If we're able to understand the impact of artificial intelligence, the lack of ethic in algorithms, we'll be able to understand what can we do in order to control and prevent. And the third part is transparency. We need to get social media platforms to be transparent about who is making the decisions, how the decisions are made, and about what. Otherwise, civil society can do nothing about the issue of correcting this information and preventing online gender-based violence.
Alina?
You know, I'm the founder of Ethics and Technology think tank in Russia. And I'm the part of Stop Killer Robots campaign. Stop Killer Robots campaign is a campaign against lethal autonomous systems. And you see that now we have the first drone war. So we were fighting against it from 2018 because we were sure that AI is very bad in terms of facial recognition. I was arrested and detained because of the use of facial recognition by our government, by our official authorities. And we were sure that no, we need to fight against it. We need to stop or prevent the use of that AI machine to build this, to create this total digital surveillance, dictatorships and so on all over the world. But I think we have three steps to do. The first step is, for sure, to spread the knowledge about AI. AI is not neutral. It's not neutral because you use AI as a human being. And maybe according to Yuval Noah Harari ideas, maybe this is the last century of human beings. I'm not kidding. So, but if you spread this knowledge, you can influence. You can't influence if you don't know anything about AI. So we need more girls, more women in tech. For sure. The second step is about regulation. So I'm a lawyer. I was fighting for many, many laws and many amendments in my own country to prevent the use of AI by our digital authoritarian regime, But I wasn't successful, and I'm not sure that regulations is a solution for that. The solution for that is how we use digital technologies and tech to protect our privacy and autonomy. The key is privacy and autonomy. How you use your personal data, how you spread your personal data. If you spread it, this is your responsibility. You need to learn it. First, you need to know everything about that. It's not about regulation. So we have a lot of regulation. And we have a lot of, in my own country, we have the privacy law. And when my privacy was violated by this current government, I filed my first lawsuit against facial recognition. My lawsuit now is in European Court of Human Rights. I like the name of this lawsuit, like Alena Popova against Russia. So I love it. But it's not about regulations, because how can I prove that I protect my privacy and autonomy, my private data by my own? And the third is that we need to unite all the women from digital dictatorship countries to share our expertise and to be very vocal about that, because now we are not so vocal. If we try to protect ourselves, we don't know how to do that because we don't share our expertise. For example, in Africa, we have a lot of influence of Russia. Disinformation, misinformation, threats, digital threats, surveillance. So we can share that expertise. And we need to have this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps, how to act, how to react, and how to prevent it. I think these 3 steps will help us more than any regulations. I am for regulations. Many, many times I was fighting for that, but it's not the solution.
Thank you for giving us our agenda, Alina, something we have to work with at Vital Voices. I know we are terribly out of time, but one last question to you, Nesara. We know the European Union has really made the baby steps, right, in this whole space. And you have moved from India to the Netherlands, right? Tell us about how did it feel? Did like a load lift off you? Do you feel safer? Do you feel validated, recognized for who you are? And I think that's really where the story is, right? At the end of the day, which is a space that gives you the freedom to be. So tell us a little bit about that transition and what it feels like to live in freedom.
It feels like a transition from an animal to a human. For me, it was that. Because in India, I was not a human. If it's the day I was open, I was something to be feared of, a god or a demon, but not human. But today in Netherlands, firstly, I felt more accepted. I felt safe to even voice my concerns. And I found a community of people who I can call friends. I mean, in India, I have a lot of friends. Almost everyone are trans. My friends in India are all trans. I don't trust cis people in India. I'm really scared to even, I always put on a mask in front of cis people. But yeah, in European Union, especially in Netherlands, I felt I found a community where I can be myself. And that's the hope I have for India, with all the young people who are fighting this battle, that someday you don't have to fear.
And Nima, we're going to trust you to create that space in Africa for us, right?
Yes, and I believe that with the help of Vital Voices, we're going to do that. Just to add on to the issue of artificial intelligence, I think it's also important to realize that it works with the data that has been put in, and there's a lot of gender bias also in artificial intelligence. So that also needs to be addressed as well. But regarding African parliamentarians, we're going to work together to get more of us online and more of us visible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're very sorry we're over time, but yeah.
Important and relevant topics, right? How many of us have seen those AI headlines? Yeah, I know I have. All right. Well, now we're going to hear from leaders working towards solutions to the climate crisis. This is an issue that's ever present and emergent. And here to moderate this discussion, please join me in welcoming Gina Barbieri. She's the ombudswoman at World Wildlife Fund. Round of applause, please. Thank you.
Hello, good day everybody. Lovely to be here and welcome to our session this afternoon on women at the heart of climate solutions. The UN's IPCC report released in April says that it is now or never to act if we are to meet the 1.5 degree target to limit global warming. So I'm delighted to be joined today by four remarkable women leading the charge on looking for climate solutions. We have Ina Braverman, who is the co-founder and CEO of EcoWave. We have Heather Pinnock, who's managing director of Lucy Caribbean Limited. We have Alejandro Mora Mora, who is the executive director of the Inter-American Commission on Women. And we have Sophia Kiani, who is a climate activist and founder of Climate Cardinals. So welcome and lovely to be here with you today. I'm going to turn first to you, Ina, looking at generating solutions from a private sector perspective, developing green energy from waves, and what that means in generating green energy and providing that green energy to the grid. Please, Ina, would you like to share with us how did you get into that line of work, first of all, and what, from your perspective, are some of the primary challenges in encouraging the private sector to shift toward green energy production?
So my story is quite unique. I live in Israel, but I wasn't born in Israel. I was actually born in Ukraine in 1986. And 2 weeks after I was born, the Chernobyl nuclear reactor exploded, which was the largest in history nuclear disaster in terms of costs and casualties. I was one of the babies that got hurt from the negative effects of the explosion. I actually had a clinical death, like a respiratory arrest and a clinical death. And luckily my mother, she approached my crib on time and she saw me pale and blue, not breathing. She gave me a mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and saved my life until the ambulance came. So I got a second chance in life. I don't remember any of it. I was a baby. But growing up, my family kept saying, wow, you got a second chance in life. Like, you should really do something with it. And then, like, renewable energy wasn't really popular when I was little. So I went to study politics. I thought, okay, I'll become this great politician, and this is how I will change the world. And when I finished the university, there was no lineup of politicians waiting to hire a young lady with a degree in political science. And then I ended up as a Hebrew-English translator in a renewable energy company, and that's what exposed me to the world. And I came up with my own ideas, my own solution, and in 2011, we established EcoWave Power with a business partner. And in terms of the challenges, usually I say that my biggest challenge, like in regular conferences, I say that it's bureaucratic challenges. Like, there's not enough regulatory framework, there's not enough legislation for innovative solution. Like, it takes time for the technology readiness level and the kind of policy readiness level to catch up. There's a big gap. But here I would actually like to say something personal. When in 2019, our company became the first Israeli company to ever list on NASDAQ Stockholm. It's a Swedish NASDAQ. And when we listed there, we were looking to hire a PR company. So we went to the biggest PR company in Sweden. And Sweden is super equality between male and female. And they made an amazing presentation. And then in the end of the presentation, I stayed in the room with one of the most senior ladies in the company. And she goes to me, you want a real advice? You want to be really successful on NASDAQ Stockholm? And I go, of course. Like, you're much older, you're wiser. Give it to me. She goes, you have to step down from being the CEO of the company and hire an older man with white hair. Oh. Because a woman would never be perceived by the financial markets as an expert, when a man will. So as you can see here, I did not step down. But what I did learn from it, and I would like to share today, is that many times as women, people tell us that we're too weak, that we cannot do something, that we should step down, but we really should not step down. Because if we step down, our daughters will step down, and their daughters will step down. And then there's a very negative chain of events that is very difficult to stop. So please, follow your dreams, follow your passion, because passion is the greatest renewable energy source, even stronger than the waves.
Excellent, thank you. And your passion, Ina, is absolutely infectious. And I'm going to turn to Heather just to share perhaps her personal journey too into the sustainable development arena and what challenges you might have faced in that regard.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, when I was 13 years old, I had I lived through, in my mind, what's still a horror movie. When I was 13 years old, I lived very happily with my parents and my sisters in a big yard, big trees and dogs, and I was happy. And then one day, Hurricane Gilbert came. When we heard a hurricane was coming, and we were actually excited at first because we had never experienced a hurricane, and we did preparations and all of that. And then the hurricane came with such force, and I was so horrified. I was horrified in the face of Mother Nature and nature's fury. And it was wind and rain and just this howling that was horrific that I would never want to hear again. I have, of course, heard it hundreds of times since. But on that particular night, in the middle of the night during Hurricane Gilbert, our roof lifted. So a little before our roof lifted, we were standing up looking out, because we were kids peeping out, and our neighbor's roof flew off. And we were like, what just happened? All of a sudden it was dark. The dark because the electricity was off. And all of a sudden there was light in our neighbor's house. So we're like, did they get electricity and they cut off ours? And then we realized that their roof was gone. And we started screaming, and we're like, are they okay? And then while we were screaming, our own roof lifted. And I will never forget the moment. It comes back to me often. Standing in my living room, and my roof lifted above my head. And the roof lifted, and the wind was blowing, and leaves started splatting on her face. And the wind is howling. And it was a complete horror for me. I was 13 years old, and that memory stays with me forever. The hurricane occurred in September, and we did not get to go back to school until December. I think I went back to school maybe a week before Christmas. So there were months of just being in the house, but the thing that stood out to me the most that night and in the days after was that our house kept us alive, because I was like, what happens if we lose our roof? Will we die? What happens to the people who don't have roofs, And from that moment, I was like, how do I do this? My first thought was, how do I do this? How do I build? How did whoever came up with my house, how did they do it, and can I do it better? And and then I went to architecture school, and then after studying buildings and understanding buildings, I said, oh, how can I do it better? And I went and studied urban design. I'm like, because it can't be just a building. There must be more. How do we look at how we lay out our cities? How do we look at how we do everything? And so that moment really transformed my whole career. And in terms of challenges, I would say even today, I've had the pleasure of working not only in my own government in Jamaica, but in governments in Trinidad and in projects all across the Caribbean. We really struggle with resources. So a single event, a single storm event can destroy not only the physical resources of a country, it can not only take lives, but it can set a country back. So I'm going to use the example of Dominica because I think that one's a bit more recent. But Dominica had a Hurricane Maria, and just that single event completely decimated their GDP, removed all of their investments in roads, bridges, airports. Everything was gone. So can you imagine as a country when you find the resources to invest in these things, and then one event, and please recall that we in the Caribbean spend 50% of our lives, half of our lives is hurricane season. 50% of our lives, we are aware of the clear and present danger of a storm. And if one event, and sometimes we have 20, 30 events in a hurricane season, one event can just remove all the work you've done. Dominica said that that single hurricane set them back 20 years. Now, how can you ever advance? How can you ever develop? How can you put money into education, into health, into anything if every year something comes and sets you all the way back? And I would say that is really our huge challenge. And so that is why 1.5 to stay alive was kind of the call of the Caribbean countries, the small and little developing states, back at COP in 2016, I think it was. But between that call, which we were really proud that, as small island states, we were on the global stage saying, we must achieve 1.5 to stay alive. And I remember feeling hope at that time and thinking, yes, the world finally hears us, the world finally agrees with us. But now here we are, and we have not achieved those goals. And it is really, I would say, the big challenge. We must achieve these goals. We must. And so I am heartened, even though I said I was heartened back in 2016, I'm heartened by the fact that in the last COP, we looked instead not just at a slogan, but very specifically at loss and damage. And loss and damage, of course, means a lot to me as a built environment professional, because the losses every time somebody loses everything from a roof to a building, to a bridge, to an airport, all these things set us back. And that is why it's so important to keep on this work. And the slogan 1.5 to stay alive remains. Climate change is real. It is real for a lot of us. And of course, hurricanes aren't the only thing. I left Jamaica yesterday and we were having both a heat wave and a drought. So I won't even go into the effects that those have. I'm just using hurricanes alone today. But yes, there is many challenges still, and we have to keep working.
Thank you so much, Heather, and Ina, for actually personalizing it and grounding us in reality, because I think some of us can think about climate change at a very theoretical level, and you've really helped personalize that for us. You've also helped touch on, I think, the role of government, because whether it's regulatory reforms or whether it's resilient urban development, we can't have these conversations around meeting the targets without the role of government. So turning to you, Alejandro, when I think about your role in an intergovernmental agency and the work you're doing around mainstreaming women's voice and looking for these solutions, do you want to share some reflections with us in that regard?
Yes, of course. First of all, I would like to say thank you for Vital Voices, because the alliance between women are very important, and between the organization is very strategic. I'm working in the Inter-American Commission of Women, so for us it's very strategic to talk what happened with the women and all about the climate change, and this is all that happen about women is invisible, is considered. What happened with the needs, with experience? What happened with when we're talking about the women and the intersectionality, how different forms of inequality operate and to exacerbate other risks. For example, indigenous women, what happened in the region? What happened with the women in the rural areas? Women migrants, women living in conflict areas. So for us, the climate change affects every single aspect of our lives. If you are a woman, you are really behind in the access to basic resources, such as food security, high quality health service, work access, educational access, land access. Women in the rural areas, for example, build their lives from agriculture. Since the most important economic activity in low and lower middle income countries, and yet own a very small proportion of land, and in comparison to the men. So for us, the most important thing is understand the mainstreaming and the experience and the needs in the changes in the climate change, and the big challenges is how the women stay in the making decisions, how the women can put the agenda of the women's in the mainstreaming of the decisions, how can change the visions to the women's like a victims, to change the vision and the focus, the women like agents to change. This is the most important in this way. For us, like feminist women, I would like to talk we are colocando, we are putting the care in the mainstreaming of all the situations and the interpretations. We are putting the care in the people. We care the healthy, and we're talking about to care the land. This is important, and this is another perspective of how can push the agenda of the transformation and how to put the needs of the women in the mainstreaming of that discussion.
Great, thank you so much, Alejandro, because I think we all know that the impacts of global warming, climate change are experienced by women disproportionately, given their traditional roles in society, given cultural norms, and so on. Sophia, what drove you into establishing the Climate Cardinals? And I think picking up on Alejandro's idea of mainstreaming voice and women's voice in these challenges and finding solutions, can you share with us what drove you to get into the work that you do?
Yeah, of course. The mission of Vital Voices is really special to me because I started this work when I was 12 years old. I'm 21 now. But when I was 12 years old, I took a summer visit to Iran, which is my parents' home country. And while I was there, I was struck by how awful the air pollution was. I later learned that thousands of people are being hospitalized every single day in Iran because of the air pollution, and also that the Middle East is on the front lines of a climate crisis. So temperatures there are rising more than twice the global average. And I was really alarmed when I learned these things. And so I approached my relatives, hoping to engage in a conversation. And I was even more shocked when I realized that they had never heard about these buzzwords like global warming and climate change. And I found a study that actually said only 5% of Iranian students could properly explain the greenhouse gas effect. So there was a systemic lack of climate literature available in Farsi, which is Iran's native language. And so I worked with my mom after realizing this to translate climate resources into Farsi so that I could teach my relatives about what was already happening in their communities so that they hopefully could feel empowered to be part of the climate solution. And so this experience of working with my mom really inspired me. And in high school, I started to volunteer with various different grassroots climate organizations like Greta's Fridays for Future, until ultimately I started my own nonprofit, Climate Cardinals, when I was a senior in high school. And we now, really because of other young women who I work with, have grown to over 9,000 volunteers across 40 countries with an average age of just 16. And we've been able to translate over 1 million words of climate resources into over 100 languages just because of our youth-led volunteers.
Good.
And to me, that really just speaks to the power and the enthusiasm of young people and how desperately they want to be part of this solution to this problem that, quite honestly, we did not cause. And for me, it's really important to be here with all of you because I think it's really important for other young women to see. It's really hard to be something or to see someone and to think, can I be that person? Can I be part of the solution? And my goal has always been to show other young women that there's no reason why they can't be sitting up here too, talking to you all, especially because so much of my journey was powered through just working with my friends and inspiring them. Like my best friend Kat is here with me today, and she works with me every single day on Climate Cardinals work. You guys all heard from Helena earlier, and she's one of my best friends, and I'm so inspired by the work she's doing to protect the Amazon also at just 21 years old. And it really reaffirms to me that young people are currently the future. We're currently making change happen, and it's so important to foster this intergenerational dialogue because by ourselves we can go far, but with others we can go even further.
I think that's fantastic. Just inspiring and encouraging and giving so much hope. And perhaps turning frustration and anger into action is remarkable to hear. So keep up that excellent work. And on that high note of solutions, because you recognize that access to information and making that information accessible was a solution to an enormous challenge. I want to come back and give the rest of you an opportunity to perhaps share from your perspective. What are some of the highlights? Where are those lights at the end of the tunnel that we can focus on and work toward in meeting the targets that we have set? So let's come over to you, Ina.
So I'll start by giving 3 facts and 1 solution. So fact number 1, right now in the energy sector where I work, 95% of the executives and board members are men, only 5% are women. Fact number 2, 98% of the global VC funding is going to men. Only 2% are going to women. Fact number 3, which might surprise you, companies with women in their board or female founders or entrepreneurs perform much better than companies that do not have. So the solution, give us more money and give us a seat at the table because the facts do not make sense.
Great, thank you. Heather, any simple solutions from you?
So I think solutions have such a wide range, and I'm following what she said. You know, one of the important things, obviously, is to get funds to people who need it, right? But I always also talk about, as a building professional, that solutions aren't always big, huge things, and they're not always new things. And one of the things I do also is advocate to look at, what did our ancestors do that worked well? Simple things, where you see those simple, cute houses that you see on Caribbean postcards. They're up on blocks for a reason. It takes you out of flood water. They have those pretty jalousies that we like to see and the fretwork, because they filter the sunlight, make inside a little cooler, make living spaces better. And sometimes one of my favorite solutions that I like to talk about is the hurricane strap. The hurricane strap is a simple metal rod that's twisted. And what happens is you nail one end to the wall, to the beam, and you nail the other end to your roof. And that little thing holds on your roof. Remember I told the story of how I almost lost my roof? And that is a simple twisted bit of metal that we didn't have in 1988. And those little things make a huge difference. We don't lose as many roofs now as we did then. And so solutions can be huge, expensive, and they can also be very, very simple. And we have to be open to all of them.
Mm-hmm. And Heather, on that basis, are you finding it easy to get those solutions adopted across the sector? And if so, how are you making that happen?
Well, I think it's so awesome when you find something simple like that. And now it is now a standard, and it's now our building standard. And so that's also part of the work that I do, to try to introduce things into policy, into standards, and not only into policy, but into that kind of learned knowledge. So way back in before, when people built those houses, they didn't have a building code, but they learned from their neighbor that this works. So there, many levels you need to work on, encouraging people to look at simple solutions. But now, hurricane straps are standard. Even if it wasn't in the building code, everybody understands that it works. So, and it's cheap, so we use it. So I think, there are many ways in which we can not only find the solutions, but then disseminate them.
Great, thank you. Alejandro, any final remarks from your perspective, having heard the panel members talking about that enabling environment from a government perspective? Any other solutions you want to share with us in terms of mainstreaming gender voice in the climate solution space?
We need to raise the voices of the women in all in the subjects, amplification the women voices, and we need to the abilities of the women to take decisions, the empathy, the care, the articulations, the good negotiation. We need these abilities to change the world and to transform. We said, usually the feminists said, nothing about us without us. This is the best form to understand what happened with climate change and what they didn't need.
Great. Sophia, final word from you?
Well, I would just say that part of the reason it's so critical for women to be involved in climate solutions is because 80% of people who are displaced by climate change, climate refugees, are women. So, of course, it's so critical for the people who are being disproportionately impacted by the climate crisis to be part of the solutions making, especially also when you consider that it's people of color as well who are being disproportionately impacted by the climate crisis. So the more that we can bring voices to the table, like the voices of young people, like people my age, are already experiencing the impacts of the climate crisis at a rate 3 times higher than our grandparents. And so having these voices at the table who understand the severity and the urgency with which we need to tackle the climate crisis, I think will really push progress forward.
Great, thank you so much. And thank you very much for joining us for this conversation, Candid Panel. Thank you very much. Thanks so much to our panelists, and thank you all for watching and tuning in if you're still online with us. We've got a great next panel for you. So up next, we're going to hear from 3 women who honestly are movement builders. They're working on 2 of the most important issues facing the United States today. Among those issues, voting rights and gun safety.
here to lead this conversation. And before I introduce her, I also just want to say thank you all so much. This is the end of my time as your MC, but it's been a pleasure. So please keep in touch again. And so here to lead this next conversation is the co-founder of I Am a Voter, Madeleine Albright. Let's give them a round of applause and thanks again.
Do I just go up? Hi, thank you. Hi, Shams. There's my lady. Hi. Do we get to start? Hi. Hi, everybody. Well, thank you all so much for having us here today, and to Vital Voices for being just the most incredible support for women around the world. As we sit here today, we're 8 months into a woman-led revolution in my home country of Iran, and we're seeing movements being led by women all around the world. And I think it causes all of us to take a moment and reflect on, how women create and lead movements, and also how we can all come together to support and amplify these movements that are being led by women everywhere. I'm thrilled to be with you here today. So these are two of my very good friends, and we do a lot of activism together. So we're hoping this can feel like a very easy conversation that is very fun. My name is Madeleine Albright. I am the creator and co-founder of an organization called I Am a Voter. A little bit about me before I pass it over to them. I was born in Iran. I left when I was about 6 years old through an incredible organization called HIAS that helps refugees resettle. I came to America and got to live the incredible American dream. Worked as a lawyer, worked as a talent agent, then in fashion and media, tech, entertainment, all of the things. I've had so many careers that we will save another panel for. But when I had my second daughter, I was home watching TV and I saw coverage of the child separation at the border. And I think as someone who had an experience emigrating, that was the hardest thing for me, to just see us separating children from their parents. I got on an airplane, I went to Tornillo, Texas. I didn't believe it, and I felt like I had to see what was happening. And that was the first time where I felt like we are in a crisis of losing our humanity, and didn't know what I was supposed to do. I just knew the things that I was good at, took a ton of meetings to figure out how I can give back with my skills. And everyone kept saying that if we wanted to have the most impact, we needed more people to vote. Having never worked in politics, I thought that would be very simple. And I was like, wait, I had that Legally Blonde moment of wait, it's hard. And so I did what I always do when I need to do something, and that is find the really smart women that I know to help me figure it out, and gathered about 20 amazing women to sit around a table with me and start figuring out what we can do to help excite and motivate voters around the country. And one of the amazing people that I got to do this work with is Deborah Messing. And we were on vacation together. I'm going to get to who Deborah is. Obviously, everyone knows who Deborah is. But, Deborah and I sat down and she said, well, who, we need to mobilize. And I was like, yes, of course. And she's like, well, who do we talk to? And I was like, I don't know, Shannon Watts? But to me, that's like saying I want to learn fashion and I'm just going to call Tom Ford. You don't just call Shannon Watts.
And I had been DMing with her. So I was like, I'll connect you. I'll connect you. And she literally, all the color left. She was like, what?
So a bit about Deborah. She is an Emmy award-winning actress, producer, and social justice and human rights activist. She's best known for her Emmy and SAG award-winning role as Grace Adler on Will and Grace. She just filmed a Warner Brothers mob drama called Wise Guys with Robert De Niro, and just recently starred on Broadway in Birthday Candles. She's worked as global health ambassador for PSI, focusing on HIV and AIDS, has testified before the House Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Africa and Global Health. She received the Trevor Life Award from the Trevor Project and is on the founding board of the Body Agency Collective, which helps women around the world. She will actually be in Rwanda this summer, speaking at the Women Deliver Conference. She's also a founding member of I Am a Voter.
So yes, as I said, she sends a message to Shannon Watts. 4 days later, I'm at the airport, my phone rings, and it's, hi, this is Shannon Watts. You would think Beyonce called me. I dropped my phone, had a full, like, this is the biggest superhero to me in the entire world. So Shannon Watts is, woke up angry the day after the Sandy Hook shooting in 2012. She, at the time, was a stay-at-home mother of 5 and was a former communications executive. And she created a Facebook page called Moms Demand Action and invited women to join her in standing up to the gun lobby. And then women do what they do, which is they organized around the world, around the country, and reached out to her about getting involved and forming chapters in their communities. And over the last 10 years, as a full-time volunteer, she's helped organize the country's largest grassroots movement against gun violence. Today, that movement has chapters in every state and is part of Every Town for Gun Safety, and is the largest gun violence prevention organization with 10 million supporters. And they've successfully shut down gun lobbyist plans at the ballot box in state legislatures and corporate America. She was Time 100 Most Influential this year and Glamour Woman of the Year Award, and more importantly, my friend and mentor. So back to this phone call. And by the way, that's the amazing thing that you realize about a lot of these women-led movements is just how much all of these movements begin with women who show up for other women and mentor them and offer them resources, just like Vital Voices does. And it's amazing how much this community continues to support each other. So I was on the phone with Shannon and I said, hey, I've just assembled this amazing group of 25 women at that point. Is it weird that they're all women? Is that okay? Do I need to have other people on this thing? And your response was perfect. So Shannon, can you just share your response and kind of what you instinctively knew about women and mothers and their role in movements?
I just knew that you had the exact right group of people. I think women are the secret sauce to organizing and to advocacy. I will tell you that we tried to organize men early on, and it's a little like herding cats. So we just said, you know what, we'll wear the shirts and you guys follow us. And that's kind of what we've done for a decade. But if you go all the way back to Prohibition, when women were allowed to be activists in this country because men thought temperance was a Christian value, and then they could never really put that genie back in the bottle because women were using their voices on something and they realized that they could make their families and their communities safer. All the way up to the water crisis in Flint, Michigan, it is women over and over and over who force change in this country. And so I think I said to you, you have the exact right people assembled.
Very true. A few years ago, Deborah and I started a podcast called The Dissenters, where we interviewed incredible accidental activists, and honestly, it was like a way for us to become friends with people like Shannon, who we loved.
Yes.
But we did interview Shannon Watts and Secretary Clinton, and it was really amazing. And I think through that process, what I've learned, and I think many people have witnessed, is just how deeply you feel injustice in your bones, and a call to giving back and showing up. And you show up for causes in such a big way, regardless of the circumstances to your career and personal life. And where did that sense of standing up to injustice come from?
I grew up in Rhode Island. I was one of 3 Jewish kids in the entire school system. And we were victims of hate crimes. We had swastikas painted on our cars. And I learned very quickly that I was an other and that I wasn't safe and that it was best for me to just shrink myself and disappear. And obviously, I don't do that anymore. Yes, so now when I see any group that is marginalized, I'm like, I'm here, what can I do?
Yeah, we're going to come back to that fearlessness, because I do think that is a gateway for a lot of people who want to get off the sidelines. Mm-hmm. Shannon, what gave you the confidence to, we talked a lot in the Dissenters about taking that first step, right? How do you get off the sidelines? How do you show up? What I think gave you the confidence And what do you want to say to women who are passionate and want to get involved and maybe a little afraid to use their voice, since that is the theme of this incredible conference today?
You know, I never imagined that I would be an activist. I never imagined I would be a leader. I never certainly imagined I would be the tip of the spear on an issue like gun violence. I think, first of all, I'm glad that there was a little bit of naivete, right? I didn't realize I would immediately start getting threats of death and sexual violence to me and to my children. Even to this day, I travel with a security guard who their job is to take me to the hospital if I am shot during an event and I have to use an alias. I just want background checks on every gun sale. That is why my life is threatened in this country. I'm glad I didn't know that. But I do think what I have learned is that too often, and I've seen this over and over again, women have such brilliant ideas. They know when people need help, they know how to come in and offer that support, and yet at the same time they have a gating factor that I don't think men have, which is you've got to have all the T's crossed, got to have all the I's dotted, because what if I don't know enough, or what if I fail in public? I have yet to meet a man, especially state lawmakers, who feel that way. And so, what I have hoped and what I have tried to do, and I think women are also uniquely positioned to do this, is to support and help one another and encourage them to become leaders. My favorite story from Moms Doing Action is Lucy McBath. For those of you who don't know her, a flight attendant whose son, Jordan Davis, was murdered, shot and killed by a white man. Jordan was a black teen, because his music was too loud. And Lucy immediately became an activist. She became a colleague at Moms Doing Action, and now she's a congresswoman. She ran for a seat held by Republicans for 30 years in Georgia, Newt Gingrich's old seat. And she won on this issue, and the first thing that she did was pass gun safety legislation. And so I have seen over and over again women like myself who are just ordinary, everyday, average American citizens who step up to fill in and who lead, I think, with kindness and compassion.
It's amazing. As I was thinking a lot about kind of the parallels in our journeys, and I think, all of us have shown the impact of shifting narratives and using culture to influence activism. I think with I'm a Voter, we knew that it was crucial to combat voter apathy and disengagement, and we were going to do that by inspiring people and exciting them and giving them a reason to show up at the polls, and leveraging culture and pop culture to be a part of their everyday conversation. Which led me to think about Deborah. As like someone who I always considered a true cultural icon, you always figured out a way to turn this big platform that you were given into creating as much change as possible. And I think with Will and Grace, that show was so groundbreaking and instrumental in changing the hearts and minds of the world towards the LGBTQ community. And I know you've spoken obviously about how impactful that was for you and how meaningful that was to you. What did you learn from that? And what do you think we can learn from that about how that, how that narrative shifted and why you think that was effective?
I learned very quickly how powerful a tool comedy is. And you push and you scream, but if you can make them laugh and you could make them feel the mutual humanity, then all of a sudden all the walls start to come down. Very quick story, was in the airport, and a woman came up. I was in the middle of the country, and she was like, hi. She's like, my husband hates gays. I was like, okay, where is this going? And she said, but I love it. I love them. So I've been watching your show. And she was like, and my husband will not look at the TV. He's always behind his newspaper. And she was like, and after about 3 months, all of a sudden, that newspaper came down, and now he walks around going, just Jack. And when I heard that, I was like, oh my gosh, there is hope for everything.
Oh, I love that story so much. It's amazing. You know, I think what was also so powerful about watching you go through, you know, the incredible, you know, I don't even know how many years, 8 years of Will and Grace was, you know, you immediately saw the importance that it held, and you showed up for the movement in every single way. You traveled to Africa, I can't even count how many times. You did all of this activism on behalf of HIV and AIDS. Can you just share a little bit about that experience and how you were able to shift and leverage your platform towards a cause?
I had never been a public speaker. I had never been an official activist, and I was made ambassador of HIV/AIDS for Population Services International. And I would go to different countries with pilot projects, and then we would meet different officials, and we would see things in action. And I would come back to the Hill, and I would be a witness. I would testify. You know, like Zimbabwe, we brought voluntary circumcision as a tool, and it was incredibly successful. And so when I came back, I was able to say, I saw this, I watched it, it's working. They need more money so that we can get out of Zimbabwe and we can just keep going from country to country. And our government gave us $100 million. Yeah, and so it made me realize that I am privileged to have a platform, and I want to use it for good. And I'm not an expert, I don't pretend to be, but I can help spread people's voices.
Which I think is such an important lesson for everyone who wants to get involved, right? Because I think that barrier of like, well, I don't know enough about this. I'm not an expert, but there are so many ways that people can support. Like we always say, help the Glennon. I think it was Glennon Doyle, but help the helpers is an incredibly powerful way to get involved. Shannon, you also, I think, have been so brilliant in the way that you have leveraged community and culture to mobilize people. I mean, I was like the biggest fan of burritos, not bullets, targeting Chipotle, and groceries, not guns, targeting Kroger to change their policies and impacting the lives of millions of Americans. But I actually wanted to talk more about what you've been able to prove is the importance of hope and positivity in mobilizing movements. And it feels like today there's so much negativity in the news and in social media and misinformation that sometimes it feels really discouraging. And I think when you started to show legislative wins and you started to show communities like showing up and progress, it felt like groundbreaking for you and the movement and the people that support you. And so maybe if you could just share about like what that experience was like and why people might need a little bit more patience in affecting change.
Yeah, you don't get involved in any kind of activism, especially gun safety, without the idea that you're going to lose sometimes, right? And in those early days, we were having a lot of losses. We're taking on the most powerful, wealthy special interest that's ever existed in this country. And my feeling was we aren't going to get volunteers to come into the organization and then stay, which is what you need, unless they feel hope, unless they feel like what they're doing is valuable. And so we actually came up with a phrase in our organization called losing forward. And it's this idea of you are going to lose. We win more than we lose, but you are going to lose. And then what do you learn from that loss so that you can keep going? That's actually also a phrase a lot of our volunteers have had tattooed on their bodies, keep going. You know, I don't think that people come to activism to feel sad or to have it be heavy. There has to be joy. There has to be hope. I often think that when, I go on like Morning Joe the day after a mass shooting tragedy, and they'll say to me like, nothing's happened. Aren't you hopeless? How do you do this work? And I think cynicism is kind of a laziness for inaction. If we give people that excuse, they won't get involved.
Yes.
And so what my role has been for the last decade is like an ambassador to say, yeah, actually, we've passed 500 gun safety laws in the last decade, including the first federal legislation in generation. Actually, we've stopped the NRA's agenda 90% of the time every year for the last 8 years. Those are, yeah. But I think the other thing that you bring up, which is this dislike, I think when people get involved in activism, especially young people, of incrementalism. I wish the system was set up for overnight wholesale change. I would have been doing something else for the last 9 years. It is not. It is, the democracy is set up so that you have to show up at every gun bill hearing. You have to create relationships with lawmakers on both sides of the aisle. You have to work on legislation and work on electoral cycles. You have to work on this culturally. That is how change happens. You don't have to be a full-time volunteer like me. You can find a piece of the work. We actually, in our organization, call it naptivism. So when your kid is taking a nap, you can send an email or make a call or send a tweet. But Alice Walker said, activism is the rent I pay to live on the planet. And we all have to play a role in that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a conversation I have with young voters all the time too, and all voters, but it's this idea of like, well, I voted and nothing happened. I'm like, but you're not done, it's not like done. You can't be done with democracy, like you voted one time. Yeah. That's not, you know, so yes, I think this, we have to show up, right? How do you, I mean, this is kind of directed at both of you, but how do you know, having been a part of so many different movements and working with so many incredible women around the world, how do you think that we can all help other women advance their causes? How do we keep people engaged and keep attention on movements? Because now it does feel often that like the huge things can feel like a 2-day news cycle.
I think what was being said earlier about the connections that are made here, the like-minded people here who are willing and excited to support and mentor the other women here. I think that is required. It's required for progress, and it's our responsibility to try and open the aperture a little bit more to bring more women in. And you know, with I'm a voter, that was a lot of it was, you know what? You don't have to call yourself an activist. You can just make sure that 5 of your neighbors are voting, you know, and you will have done something really great. And so making it less scary for people.
Deb uses the velvet glove, I use the velvet hammer, which is to say, you know, I have started saying to women at meetings like this, you have a moral obligation to be a leader and to run for office in this country right now, at this time in history. I don't care if you run for coroner or sheriff or city council or school board. Think about how you can lead in your community, because, you know, the saying is that if you don't have a seat at the table, you're probably on the menu. Women are on the menu. Women's rights and safety are on the menu. And so I'm on the board of Emerge America, where we train progressive women to run for office. 140 of our volunteers ran for office this last legislative cycle and won. And now, it's amazing! Yeah, and that's important because they have a seat at the table now. And they're gonna make policies that protect our families and communities. But I will tell you that there are groups like Moms for Liberty, or whatever the hell they're called, who are not for liberty. They are for taking away your kids' rights. And as the mom of a non-binary kid, that scares the hell out of me. And so that's what is on the table, and Deb says it very nicely. But I would just say, tonight when you go home, think about how you can lead where you live, and that may include running for office.
Shannon, I know many here would love to know why you are stepping back after 10 years. As you know, Deborah and I think that you are a national hero. There should be monuments of you everywhere, and we are very grateful for your many, many years that you've dedicated to protecting our communities and families.
I think that's also a unique way that women lead, which is, you know, I didn't start Moms Demand Action thinking, how can I be a leader for the rest of my life and no one can ever, you know, step in and do this work. You see too many men doing that, I think, at companies and in Congress. When every year for the last 10 years, I've said to myself, when should I step back? I think a founder's role is finite. I'm so thrilled that I made that decision last year. It felt like the right time. You know, I was a white suburban mom who felt my kids weren't safe in their schools when I started Moms Demand Action. And I'm handing the organization over to a black queer woman who lives in Washington, D.C., who sees this issue much differently than I do. I think that is how organizations stay healthy and evolve. And last into perpetuity. And that was my original goal with Moms Demand Action.
Thank you. Can I have 2 more minutes? Is that okay? I'm going to get into the closing in 2 seconds. Deborah, I think that, again, we talk so much about courage in showing up in movements, and I know that you have shown up for causes in so many ways. I have seen you lose jobs and not get a lot of opportunities. I have seen the President of the United States attack you, and you continue to persevere. And I think for people that want to get off the sidelines, or people that run companies and aren't sure that they can show up and dedicate resources, because what if they lose a customer or a follower or a friend? Can you just give us like 1 minute on how you just keep going?
If there's a choice between a job, an acting job, and showing up to be a part of a movement, that the movement always comes first. And I feel like it's my soul's purpose. So I acknowledge and accept all the obstacles that come with that, and all the hate that comes with that, and I'm fine with it.
I think you once said to me, your integrity is worth more than any gig, which I think is very true.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just going to close with, I think today our rights as women are under threat, and my daughters have fewer rights than I do, which feels really strange and just not okay. I think the reversal of Roe v. Wade shook us all, and we're continuing to face these very extremist minority views. But also sometimes it feels like we're not hearing about what's happening. Like, I don't know where the stories are of the women and what's happening around the country. And, you know, there are so many people whose lives are at risk. And sometimes I wonder whether there's just been this desensitization of us because of all the things that are happening and everything that's coming at us through news and social media all the time. And we do know that the majority of Americans want access to safe and legal abortions, and that they want gun safety measures. But this does feel like another moment where we as women need to make a decision about whether we are going to fight or change the channel. And I guess any parting words from you too, to women?
Oh, don't even think about changing the channel. We keep going. That's it. We could just keep fighting and fighting harder and fighting louder, and that's the only option.
You know, I just think that what we have done as women in the last couple of years over and over again, from Kansas to Wisconsin, where we have shown up and said we will not tolerate having our rights rolled back, that we will not be dehumanized, and that we will fight for our democracy, is one of the most impressive things I have seen in my lifetime. And we can't get tired. You know, we have to keep going. As I said, you know, let's all get that tattooed on our bodies, because it is so incredibly important that we not give up and that we hand the torch over to the next generation.
Thank you. Everyone, please register to vote. Amazing. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.